What's
Oh my God.
good, my ghouls and goblins? Welcome back to your weekly, and I stress weekly,
Weekly. Every week for the last
10
3
months,
years.
your weekly horror movie podcast right here on Who Are They Real Entertainment. I am Corey Stunningham. This is the Curse of Connor Breedlove, and welcome back to Really Scared, Ghouls and Goblins. How we doing tonight? So happy to say that on the proper show. I've been saying it on my Twitch streams, but this is where it was born. This is the starting point of all Ghouls and Goblins. This is Really Scared, a show we haven't done in a really long time, but I am so excited to be back. It just didn't feel right to come in. We got it. Here it comes. We got the wow, what a combo! The profile picture and the emote. Holy shit. We've got the exclusive Save a Demon Twitch emote, which you can unlock with a Twitch Prime subscription on twitch.tv/waterrun. I mean, look at that. That's fantastic. My favorite ghouls in the chat. What's going on? My favorite spooky boys, my favorite ghoul. Great to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Love you so much. We got the legend. We got the legend Davis. Corey Stunningham is so slay, actually. Thank you so much. I thought of it 10 minutes before we started. And we got Big Mike Deacon, the birthday boy. He just put on the cutting edge, too. Love that. Love that. Thank you for tuning in.
Is that the ice skating movie?
I'm actually not sure. The Cutting Edge 2 sounds like an ice skating revenge film.
Yeah.
In any case,
I've got a gnat flying around. My bad.
That's okay. I'm here in my basement with the Really Scared setup from last year. You see literally falling off the walls. We haven't taken it down. But if I turn the lights on, you would just see just tons of pieces of black duct tape holding on. I think you could actually see one like right up, like, oh no, right over there.
Oh yeah, I see it.
It's right there. You can see it. It's fantastic. It's all falling apart. So, not much has changed. The important things haven't changed, and some things only stay the same. We think it's an ABC Family ice skating.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. And they made like 4 of them.
It also sounds like it could be some sort of revenge action film. Perhaps starring Jean-Claude Van Damme. I don't know. Just a random guess I pulled out of thin air here. Connor Breedlove, the top goblin. How you been, my man? What you got going on over there?
What do I got going on over here?
Tell me all about it.
Oh, not much. They've expanded the availability of the Hard Mountain Dew into northeastern Ohio, so I had to get some of that. Just been working. It's good to be back. Been watching some scary movies this October. So
What do you? Hey, Connor, what have you been watching lately?
What have I been watching? I saw quite a few horror movies lately. We're going to talk about one of them, but I also saw Smile, which was pleasantly surprising. I
haven't seen Smile yet.
It's very good. I saw Barbarian, which was incredible. Loved it.
Worth the hype.
What else have I watched? A lot of stuff on Shudder. The Watcher, or not The Watcher, but Watcher.
Is that the Micah Monroe movie?
Yep, very good.
Yeah,
very creepy, intense. Loved it.
Local movie Smile filmed in the big Cleveland.
Was it really?
Apparently, that's what I'm told.
Oh, I did not know it was filmed in Cleveland. That's cool.
Yeah, or maybe like a subsidiary of Cleveland. Oh no, never mind.
Oh,
no,
local director.
Director. Sorry, I'm just reporting this news right as I get it.
And writer. And writer.
This just in, folks.
And writer.
Okay, yeah. It has been a terrific year for horror movies. I would say it feels like every year it gets better and better to be a horror movie fan. I feel like truly a lot of people think they were born in the wrong era. I was born in the perfect era because some of the best, most interesting horror movies are getting made right now. And I'd say in the entire horror canon, it's been a great year. It's made me a little spiteful, really, towards nobody other than myself, that we haven't been doing this show this year.
There's been some, for lack of a better term, some batshit crazy horror movies coming out.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic year. We got Legault in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. Shudder is the best after Tubi can't be free. Tubi's
Very
got
true.
some. Tubi's
Tubi's got some bangers on there.
Yeah, it's got some sleeper hits in there. Yeah, it's been a great year for horror, and whether whether you'll agree within the context of what we're talking about tonight, I don't know. Connor and I actually haven't we haven't talked about this movie at all.
No, we haven't. This is going to be the first time that we're talking about it together, and I'm excited to do that because I'm not sure if we're going to agree on it.
Yeah,
some tells me we probably will.
We do. I have like a loose idea of how you felt about tonight's film just from what you've been posting online. But yeah, we haven't. I've purposely not shared my thoughts with you at all, and I think we will have some common ground, but maybe not exclusively. We'll see. We'll talk it out. We'll find out. This has been the latest movie discourse. I think the internet has moved on a little bit from Halloween Ends, and we're ready for Black Adam discourse. We're ready for the Black Adam arguments. I think that's coming up next. So I think. Hold on. What flavor have you got?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's start. No, we'll wait. What have you got there? Barbarian was the scariest fucking movie I've ever seen in theaters. That is true. I will vouch for her on that because she did something I'd never seen her do during a horror movie, which was get up and leave.
Oh my God.
Spent about, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes in the bathroom reading reviews about Barbarian and how scary it was because she didn't want to watch it for real.
Christ
and she left with she left when it was like just I won't spoil the movie, some people may have not seen it, but she just left as like let's say they found the door, and when she got back it was Justin Long driving in his car. So like completely different movie she came back.
Oh yeah.
And I was like I'll never be able to unpack that properly for you. You're just gonna have to roll with it. Yeah, Barbarian rocked. But anyway, what flavor do you have there, Connor?
Well, I'll give the viewers a little choice here and yourself. Should I go Baja Blast or Code Red?
Baja Blast every time, bitch. What are you talking about? Let's go.
I'll go Baja Blast.
the
live cool food review here.
The prospect of alcoholic Baja Blast is dangerous. It's provocative. At a different time in my life, it would have meant everything to me. How are you feeling right now?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Does it still?
It's really good. It's really good.
Really good.
It's really good.
Okay. I'm just sitting here sipping on Nosferatu Great Lakes. As you know, I'm going to get back up on my pedestal, my soapbox here, because we're winding down in October. And what's happening? What's happening, Kyle? I bet you know what I'm about to say.
Well, I have no idea where you're going with it.
Okay, never mind. We're
winding down of October. What is going on?
We're winding down October. I've got
coming up.
Well, that you are true. That's big facts right there. But I'm not. What am I not drinking tonight?
Oh, you're not drinking Spooky Tooth, or
I'm not drinking a pumpkin ale because October's winding down. And what's on the shelves now? Christmas This is it. I went on a big tirade last year on this very same show. I got so mad. This is, how some people get mad when Christmas decorations go up too early. That's me with Christmas ale on the shelf in October. It's not even been Halloween. It's not even been Thanksgiving. And I can't find a pumpkin ale on the shelf in October.
It's a travesty.
Give me a break, dude. Unbelievable.
Until
a crime.
October 31st, should be strictly pumpkin ale.
What the bleep is Christmas ale? Look, first, let me say, I love Christmas ale. I'm not sitting here saying I'm too good for Christmas ale. It's just there's something I want to drink this time of year. It's got a little spice. It's got a little cinnamon. It's got a little nutmeg, dare I say. And they're very strong, very high alcohol percentage, just like a pumpkin ale. I'd say Christmas ale is maybe even stronger. I love Christmas ale.
Yeah, Christmas ale, I believe, is about 10%.
Yeah, two of them can knock your ass out. Two of them can knock your ass out.
That's the voice of God. Producer Matt chiming in, letting you know, knock your ass out. Shay Wilson in the chat, first time watching live.
That's my mama.
That's his mama. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you. Let's see. Legal. So this movie was about The Rock kicking Michael Myers and electrical wires just defeating him and saying, "Can you smell what The Rock cooked?" Well, Michael Myers did land into something. I don't know about wires, but he definitely landed somewhere.
He did.
Let's see. The only current seasonal beer Jessica find at the store is true. Look, I'm not mad about this. Nosferatu. You won't be able to see it because my camera's not HD. Well, you kind of see him right there. Yeah. But it's Nosferatu, Great Lakes Brewing. This is a red IPA. Pretty good. But it ain't pumpkin ale. You know what I mean? And
it ain't pumpkin ale.
It ain't. The fact of the matter is it ain't. And it's still very good. And it is seasonal. It's got a big Count Orloff on the can. We've talked about him in length on the show.
Yeah, we have.
With Coyote Adam Collins. But look, that doesn't matter. You know, I'm going to get through it. We're going to move on. I think it's going to get the job done. This is pretty strong in itself. What is this? It's a big 8%er. So I think we're going to get there. I got a backup right over here next to my jack-o'-lantern. And we're here. Really Scared's back, baby. Thank you so much for tuning in, those who are here already. Appreciate you coming in live. Fantastic. We love it. We're kind of nervous about coming back, especially because we haven't done the show in 10 months. Didn't know if anyone was going to give a heck or a shit about it. Remember last year from Davis when we talked about one single scene from Halloween 3 for 2 hours? Yes, I do remember that.
I do remember that. Hell of a time.
I know what scene it was. There's none of that in this movie. There's some Season of the Witch homage in this, but there was nothing like that.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe implication.
Oh yeah.
Implicated boob sucking, but there was definitely no visual, acted out.
Oh, that's right. That is the scene we're talking about. Oh,
what did you think I was talking about?
I meant scene that is that crazy.
Oh, okay. I assumed Davis
like off the rails.
I assumed Davis was talking about the boob sucking. I could
be wrong. It was the boob sucking was definitely the topic of discussion.
It was the boob sucking. Thank you for tuning in, Davis, by the way. Friend of the show, a 2-timer here on Really Scared. Love to see him back. Legault likes the blue font Season of the Witch homage. Absolutely, I did as well. Let's just hop in.
We just dive in.
Let's just get into it. All right.
Get into it.
We're here to talk about Halloween Ends, the supposed final film in the Halloween franchise. It is, in fact, the final film in the Blumhouse trilogy of Halloween sequels. After this movie, the rights will revert back to the Akkad family. So it is indeed the last Blumhouse film in the series. Jamie Lee Curtis swears up and down it's the last time she will play this character, and it's the last one to be directed by David Gordon Green. So there is some finality in it.
Who is moving on to another beloved horror classic, The Exorcist.
That's true, and I think
also Blumhouse.
And I think by the end of this, we could maybe discuss how we feel about that, or what we might be looking forward to in that, or maybe reservations we have about that. Or we'll never think about it again, because this show is not always known to be the most on topic or on the rail stream. Yeah, it's a good way to say it. Streamline. We might never bring it up again, but I'll try. Jessica, I will disclose that Taylor had to tell me all about this film as soon as he got home, and she was not happy about it. Yes, Jessica did not go see it with me. The water is temperature. We're just gonna dive in. I went and saw this.
Very annoying about this movie, I'll be honest.
So I went on Friday night, opening Friday night, because I didn't want to see any spoilers, and I just
missed my birthday.
I did miss his birthday. I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry, God, but is it every day your birthday? What the fuck? I don't know if that was on purpose or not. That was not me. That was horrifying. I don't know if Matt meant to do that. What's going on back there? Fantastic. Anyway, I went and saw this on Friday night by myself, and because the way I've stated on one of my streams was I feel like I cashed out all my Jess horror movie points with Barbarian, like in the same way you like get points on your Cinemark app. I had all these horror movie points, and then I spent them all on Barbarian, and now she won't watch any horror movies for the rest of the year with me. So I had to go see this one by myself.
Let me tell you, I love the Cinemark points. I hadn't seen a movie in a while, and I forgot I had been paying for it. And I looked, and I had like 6 credits. So that's how I saw, Smile and Barbarian and all that. I did see Ends on Peacock, just because work and such. So I did stay home and watch it on Peacock. But you know what? I would like to see this on the big screen. I'm not even gonna say my thoughts yet. We'll get into it.
We'll get it. We're right now. We're circling the. we're around the rim, baby.
Just a couple pieces here.
Don't worry, it's gonna slide in eventually, baby.
We're trying to keep you guys on the hook a little bit longer.
Yeah. Davis says he loves this movie, but it is kind of terrible on paper. The leaks had him really worried. And we'll get into that. We'll get into everything. Everything. We're gonna put it on the paper. We're gonna get to it. Adam in the chat. Oh my gosh, Dilly Tots. This guy always keeps me company on Twitch. A great friend saying welcome back, and I do tremendously appreciate that. Andrew tuning in. I believe he's on a long drive through the night here, so tuning into us from the road. It's like we're what's his name? Willie the Kid. Willie the Kid on WGUR.
Wasn't it WURG?
Maybe it is. I don't know.
It was the word. It was the word. It was WRG.
The word. Good memory.
Taylor doesn't have to remember this stuff anymore.
That's right, God. It was one of those things actually where I was like, I could feel like the twitch in my hand happen where I was like, I want to write down what the radio station's called. I was like, I don't need to know shit like that anymore. Just leave it and watch the movie, you freak.
Just enjoy the movie.
I caught it on the big screen. I love watching these movies in theaters. The 2018 one is the first Halloween I ever saw on the big screen. I've loved watching these in big sound, big audience, big screen. I think it props up the movie so much more.
I think I saw Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 was the first one I saw in theaters.
Yeah, that's right. You're a little more of a zombie head than me, so you were there. Oh, yeah. You were there early. I think I famously had not seen. I don't know why it wasn't famously, but I hadn't seen the Rob Zombie Halloween movies till we covered them on this show last year. And you can go back and listen to all those episodes on our YouTube channel if you didn't listen to us last year. We covered all sorts of.
They are evergreen.
Yes, we covered all sorts of movies in the Halloween franchise, which is why it felt only appropriate to come back and cover what would be, for all intents and purposes, wink, wink, the last one. We had to finish out the series because we'll never make one after this. And we haven't talked about it.
They will never make another one.
What do you think? Like, if you had to put a time frame on it, I'm not even saying like when the next one comes out, but how long do you think before it even starts getting reported that somebody's developing a new one? Like, do you think even a year?
The first report that I give it a year and a half before reports are coming in. I give it 3 to 4 years before we see another one.
You think I wonder if it'll even be that long. I bet you by next year we'll be hearing that they're about to, sell off the rights to somebody else and they'll start developing a new one. But I definitely don't think it'll be very long within the context of movies. I don't think they'll let us believe this was the last one for much longer. Maybe if Blumhouse was keeping it and like doing another one day, they would wait. But they've done their thing, and I think once the bidding opens up, somebody will just hop right on that and think the audience is ready for more. Halloween Ends, though. Let's just, because you and I haven't talked about this at all in any context. Let's just, and I'll just drop the spoiler banner now. Like, if you haven't seen Halloween Ends, if you haven't seen it yet, you care about spoilers, you don't want to hear them, you want to watch the movie first, then I'll just warn you now. You'll get spoilers, and this is a fairly spoilerable movie. Davis boldly guessing it'll be a decade until the next one. Mark his words right now. Write it down, and if he's wrong, send him a DM and tell him. Spoilers! Big spoiler block on the screen. I'm just going to get that out of the way now so we don't have to worry about it. Connor, just give me, like, coming out of this movie for the first time. Coming out of this movie for the first time, what are your thoughts on it? What's your letterbox review?
My my letterbox,
so to speak.
My letterbox review would be hot damn. I love this movie. All right. From the opening scene, I knew right away what I was in, like, I signed up for. I knew what was going to happen. That opening scene, I was like, yeah, I don't care what happens from this point on. I'm on board. That opening scene was insane. I get Barbarian, and then this movie, Halloween Ends. I can't remember those two movies, like, right away. I was just like, you're kidding. What the fuck is going on? Like, right away.
Yeah.
Like, just sends you on, automatically sets the tone.
So you were just in this movie's bag from, like, as soon as the credits ended, you were just like, I love this. This is my jam. This movie was awesome.
As soon as that kid goes flying down, 30 staircases.
Yeah, the prologue or opening scene, I agree, it rocks. I think something I would compliment this entire trilogy on
is their opening scenes.
Their openings, I think, is one of the best consistencies about these David Gordon Green movies. And I think we'll talk a lot about consistencies and maybe inconsistencies as well. Yeah. But one of the best consistent things is they open up these movies and they're so good at, like, weaponizing the slam to title. Right? Like the 18 one has, him holding the mask and screaming, say something. And they cut to the pumpkin and the music starts playing. And the second one in Kills, it's like it's the flashback, right? Where they've got Michael out in front of his house and they've got him, Loomis going, he killed again. And he's screaming, and then boom to those titles. And then this has the mother screaming, what did you do? Boom.
And then just a hard, like, zoom in on her, and then the pumpkins, like, coming out of the other pumpkins.
Yeah.
So cool. Loved it.
I've also loved, I've loved the way that the pumpkin art in all these movies is also sort of symbolically tied into what the movie's going to be about, right? Like, again, the 18 one was the decayed pumpkin coming back to life and restoring. It's back. And the second one was all these different pumpkins, which I think, represented all the different Haddonfielders, and the pumpkins were burning, and, they were all going to burn too. In the, theoretically or metaphorically in the movie
rage of, what's going on in the town. Yeah.
Yeah. And then this one,
pumpkin coming out of each pumpkin, showing, how evil is born out of
dies and is born again and is constantly changing shape and never staying dead, which I thought could also just as well represent this entire franchise. If not just this movie, I think it's as much as a commentary on how this series will always be, and it'll always come back, and it'll always look different, but it'll always be Halloween, and it's never going away. Too bad. So sad.
Too bad. You can love it or hate it, but damn, is it here to stay.
Yeah, I agree. I really liked the opening. I had a lot of thoughts during the opening. My first expectation in the prologue of this movie was that I thought the kid was going to kill Corey. Boy, was I wrong.
I thought so too. Or I thought, Michael was going to, but that like, I don't know why I thought Michael was going to come in and kill the kid. I think
that's what they want. That's what they want you to think.
Yeah. We covered so many movies and we talk about this, like, it's so shocking to see that when kids are the victim. And I was like, that's the route they're going to go. That's shocking. And then I was like, well, I don't know about that. And then I thought about, the kid is going to kill the babysitter.
I thought I was so clever. I was like, I got this figured out. It's going to be just like Michael when he was a kid.
My God.
I had no idea how much this Corey kid was going to matter in my life. I thought he was just a babysitter showing up to drink chocolate milk and watch this kid. Oh, no. I had no idea just how well I was going to get to know Corey Cunningham, de facto babysitter. No, sir.
Real quick, I got a question for y'all.
Oh, yes, okay. God.
Can we agree that the kid deserved it? He was a shit.
Deserved is a pretty bold statement.
Well, God.
Hey. Hello, my children. Don't you agree the child deserved to be killed? You have. I'm making an executive decision.
That's gotta stop.
That has to stop. That is. I don't know if you realize
that is sending pins and needles down my fucking arms.
I don't think you realize how fucking loud that is, Matt. It is deafening. It is way louder than everything.
I can't turn the volume down, so hold on.
You cut the bit.
I implore you to turn that volume
down. I implore you, God. Please stop.
Please. No.
Oh, it didn't work? Okay.
No, don't do it.
Okay.
Full veto.
Full veto.
I was testing it. That's the only reason I did it that time.
Full veto. We should have tested that before we went live.
Deserve? I don't know about that. Maybe
deserved a little harsh. Like, you reap what you sow.
The kid was a shit. I will admit that, but
you reap what you sow.
See this kid fly down. they make a point to show you how high up that attic is.
Yeah, they're like 3 flights up.
Yeah,
big house.
Very big house, and he comes flying, and then the last thing you see is that child's body bending in half.
He pops like a grape. He explodes at the bottom of those steps. Deserved.
Have you seen those videos of like people pumping up like basketballs all the way to the very point, and then they just slam it?
Yeah,
and it like blows up.
Yeah, or like when
the equivalent of that.
Or like when you put a bunch of rubber bands on a watermelon. You ever seen that?
Yeah.
And you get that last one, and it just yeah. Kid was like a watermelon wound too tight at the bottom of those stairs. No, but it is a great opening because it also it's got you guessing, right? It draws you in, like I said earlier. I thought I was so clever. I thought I knew. I was like, oh, they want me to think Michael's there, but I bet you that kid's gonna put that mask on. He's gonna kill his babysitter, and it's gonna be Michael in the '60s all over again.
Yep.
Right. Like I thought that was gonna be where they went, but no, it was this just terrible accident, crime, which informs what the rest of the movie is going to be. Which I also, even once it was done, I thought, okay, that was a prologue. Didn't even think it would connect directly. Like I didn't think we would see any of those characters again. I was like, this is just setting the tone that, Haddonfielders all this time later are, even if Michael's gone, they're still just deranged and neurotic and paranoid, and it's driving them to do things, terrible things, whether on purpose or by accident. Their fear is, and I don't shed tears for rich kids. Should have had a smaller house. Fucko. Yeah. There's no ethical.
There's no remorse in that.
No. It's a great opening, and it keeps you guessing, and it doesn't end the way you think it does, which I think, it definitely sets the tone for what the rest of the movie is. Even the fact that it is, as we mentioned earlier, using the same font as Season of the Witch, I think already in a kind of a winky way communicates, hey, this isn't going to be the Halloween movie that you think it is, because this is, it still has Michael Myers in it, obviously, but this is still, I'd say, easily the most experimental Halloween movie since Season of the Witch, which of course is famously the only one that doesn't feature Michael Myers at all, save for, like a TV cameo.
The most experimental one since Season of the Witch?
I would say so. What, you think one of the zombie ones? I
think H2 is very experimental.
H2, and maybe in the time that it came out, but I think in hindsight it feels like a pretty straight down the middle Halloween movie to me. Interesting. Connor's mom agrees.
Mom agrees. That fucko should have had a smaller house.
Connor's mother agrees. No tears for the murdered child. Interesting. Yeah. No. I would say it's most experimental in my opinion, only in the fact that it's not very interested in Michael Myers as a character anymore.
But as a psyche.
And in Season of the Witch, obviously, doesn't have him in the movie at all, save for a cameo. So I think that little wink with the typeface, I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's just a
they completely match. Like, this trilogy matches the first trilogy. I mean, even down to even if you just look at the fonts and the opening, title cards, those match, but also the outline of the story. You got the first one, the original Halloween, you've got Michael killing a few people and then going to a mental asylum, escaping, and then killing a bunch of people in Haddonfield again years later. What was 2018?
Mm-hmm.
He killed a bunch of people, went to a mental asylum, escaped, killed a bunch of people in Haddonfield. And then what was the original Halloween 2? Most of the movie, Laurie Strode was confined in a hospital.
True.
And it was the next day.
Right.
What was Halloween Kills? Laurie Strode was in a hospital for pretty much the whole movie. Mm-hmm. And it was the next day, and he was still wreaking havoc. And what was 3? What was Season of the Witch? Kind of like an anthology movie, not well.
It was. I don't give a fuck about Michael Myers anymore. Let's do something else.
And what was Ends? Very little Michael Myers, and yes, I don't give a fuck about Michael Myers. Yes, he's a sewer dwelling, smelly rat, and
smelly grandpa.
We're focused on these characters.
Sewer grandpa.
So it mirrors the exact same story, but just updated. But I think it's still interesting, even though technically, excuse me, Mountain Dew. Same effect. Let me tell you. But still interesting.
I will say something I think this movie does, and I think all 3 of the movies in this series does, is it does take ideas, it adopts ideas from previous entries and does execute them better, which is not the craziest praise in the world, because there's a lot of swings in the Halloween franchise, and most of them are very much missed. So I think some of the ideas throughout, even in this one, I'm sure we'll touch on a few of them. I think it takes what has happened before and reinvents it and re-executes it in a way that I think is more effective and commits to something that I think the Halloween franchise has been threatening to do for a really long time, which is play with the idea of infectious, contagious evil. That's something
I think is very interesting.
I agree. And I think every time previously the series has started to do something with that, they've went, never mind. Like part 4, right? The Return of Michael Myers has, of course, one of the best endings of any of these movies, which is, this whole movie watching this little girl, Jamie Lynn, running around, screaming, getting chased by Michael Myers. And what happens at the end? She puts on the clown mask and she stabs her stepmom to death with a pair of scissors. Yep. And Loomis is going, no, it's happened again. And then part 5, they completely retcon it out.
They're like, fuck this.
They don't commit to it. They're like, we don't know how to make any movies after that. And then I'd say the same thing happens with Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, which goes as far as to suggest that the evil has spread to Laurie, if I remember correctly, at the end of that movie. And then, of course, Rob Zombie never makes one of them again, which I can't remember if that's purely his decision or more of a studio thing, or maybe both.
Was his decision because he hated the Weinsteins.
He had a terrible time making those movies, if I remember what we talked about.
Absolutely despised the Weinsteins for good reasons.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. 4, Jamie Lloyd. 6, Danny Oh yeah, I forget about 6. I forget about 6 a lot. How could I? And then Halloween 2, Laurie. They always want to bring in a new killer. It's something they've always played with. It's a trope they've always thought about, and then no one actually ever wants to commit to it in any serious way, or they just don't get to by way of like Rob Zombie's movies. This one, hey, for better or for worse, they commit to it, and you actually get to see what that movie, this hypothetical idea that's been kicking around in the franchise for years, you finally get to see it play out in front of you. And Curse of Michael Myers. How dare you? It's cinema. You know, at least not the. What do you got?
I'm wearing a Curse of Michael Myers shirt.
Are you really? You got Part 6 merch.
Yes.
Wow. Everything comes back into style eventually. You really do. The Curse of Michael Myers. Fantastic. This is also, I'd say, you know,
because you don't see this anywhere.
No, you sure don't.
Least merchable movie.
yeah, that is not one I see getting like Funko Pops and shit. That's kind of a deeper cut. Davis, yes, similarly surprised they make Curse merch. Everything comes back into style again, and I think maybe the movie we're talking about
tonight
is
pretty rad too.
I think the movie we're talking about, is it just a big picture of Paul Rudd on the back? Maybe.
I wish.
Big print of Paul. I'd wear that. I don't think that's show it, Daddy. What you got there? Ooh.
It's got like quotes on the back. Oh.
Yeah. Show it off. I got you.
Oh, wait.
This time is yours.
They have quotes. Maybe I have other.
Where'd the quotes go?
I might have other Halloween merch that has other quotes.
Where'd the quotes go, Jamie? No.
I have so much horror merch. Like I'm wearing X sweatpants.
You want to know what I'm wearing?
Much horror merch.
I'm wearing a Bucky's Halloween shirt. How do you like that?
Oh yeah.
Glows in the dark too. Maybe I should just turn all these lights off and just sit here and you can see the glow in the dark Bucky talking into the mic. Would that be high concept?
Again, this show never stays on topic.
Yeah, fuck. I don't even know what we were talking about. I'm sweating over here. Hold on.
I'm sweating too, man.
I'm in my cold basement and I'm sweating. Let me get a big sip. Don't worry, it slays. Don't worry, it slays. Maybe I should start with what kind of my initial read on.
Yes, please share your thoughts. We haven't gotten to your thoughts.
Because I haven't done this at all. And Jess mentioned too. So I got back from seeing this movie for the first time. And I think my thoughts initially coming out of the first screening were very much in line with a lot of the criticisms you've been reading. I remember sitting there going like, I felt like I was perpetually tilting my head as I watched it in the theater. I kept going, like my head was almost 360 all the way around by the end of the movie because I just kept like turning my ear to it, like thinking I would understand it better if I just got a little closer to it. I walked out kind of perplexed, and Matt can vouch for me here because I was kind of texting him because I was like I want to keep my thoughts with Connor secret, so I thought I'll text Matt because I knew Matt had seen it as well and he had some opinions on it.
Yep,
and
I have thoughts.
Huh? And he had thoughts on it as well. So I was definitely like a lot of people. I didn't see the movie I expected to see. Right. And I think audience expectation these days is very unfairly used as an excuse for deep criticism of movies. Mm-hmm. I think just because it doesn't match beat for beat the movie you envisioned in your head, I don't think it's fair to criticize it for that. However, in this instance, I would argue it is a little justified because they definitely marketed this movie as something else. I remember all the trailers and everything, like all the shots in the trailers from like the last 10 minutes of this movie. There's no Corey in them, or at least you would never pick him out as like the main character watching the trailers.
I'm so fine. I'll watch a teaser or the first trailer.
Yeah.
Like one or the other, maybe sometimes both. But after that, I stop watching and I just see the movie. Like I'll know right away, I'm going to see this movie. I already know. Barbarian. I saw one trailer. I saw a glimpse of Justin Long and I was like, okay, they're not even marketing him. I need to see this movie because there's a reason why they're not marketing him. And was nothing I was expecting. And I had a blast. Halloween Ends. Nothing I was expecting after the teaser. And I had a blast. People should check their expectations at the door after the first trailer. Just check your expectations at the door and just have fun.
I don't entirely disagree, But my point in this would be, because I'm in the same thought, especially with this. I didn't need them to sell me this movie. Obviously, I was going to show it for it no matter what I thought.
It's got Halloween in the title.
Yeah, there was no way I wasn't showing up for this. But the movie, they were definitely, marketing it, and it's even inherent in this, right? It's in the title, it's in the poster, it's in the nature of the trilogy itself. Halloween ends.
The final showdown.
Right. Halloween ends. Everybody thinks, okay, this is going to be the last Michael and Laurie movie. They're going to have a big battle, and one of them or both of them is going to die, and it's going to be the last one. And in fairness, that is definitely the concept that they were selling it around. Again, the teasers and trailers I saw were all, in Laurie's house, her and Michael, and that is, the last 15 minutes of the movie purely. Yeah. So, but I was also suspicious because I remember
but Barbarian also shows the first 20 minutes of the movie in the trailers.
I agree. But Barbarian's kind of a different thing in that nobody knows what that is at all, right? Like there's no.
But it tells you on an idea that it's, a woman goes into a Airbnb and, this guy's possibly going to kill her.
Right.
But it's not a very simple story, and that is not at all what you're getting. And people love it.
But this
only because it's not tied to an IP.
Exactly. This is IP. It's a franchise. People have been thinking about this for years.
It shouldn't matter. Who cares if it has Halloween in the title? We've been here. We've been here.
Connor, here.
20 years from now, everybody's going to be like, this is a misunderstood classic.
So I agree. I actually
Season of the Witch, just like H2, this is going to be the same thing, and people need to understand that. It's fine. It's fine to go against the grain and being like, hey, I'm sorry, but I like this movie. I loved this movie.
Connor, I'm gonna have the same conversation with you that George gave to me the other day. Shout out to Big Man George, and he made a valid point.
Send him the link.
He doesn't want to talk about this. He hasn't seen the movie. He hates Halloween. He hates Halloween as a series. But he made a valid point because it was after our Black Adam screen, and I made the point that they tried to hide, or they gave away the twist they try to hide with all their dear life in this movie in the trailer. And he made a very valid point of not everybody watches the trailer, but also those who do don't sometimes pick up on that. They are going to see a certain actor or certain characters. Yeah. We are in a different circle. We think a different way because of how we are. We don't think like the general audience because we are the super movie goers, as the best way to put it. Halloween is my favorite horror franchise behind the Scream franchise. Scream is my number one. But my biggest issues with this go back to this. Well, yeah, you mentioned it's the last 15 minutes of the movie. But you don't market it as one thing and then deliver on another with an established IP. Because right now, and Taylor and I have talked about this all week, this is very much the Rise of Skywalker of the Halloween franchise. This entire series is very comparable to this entire trilogy, I should say, is very comparable to the Star Wars sequel trilogy. And Taylor and I have
I do agree
on that.
I can see that, but I like these movies a lot more than that trilogy.
But at the same time,
I get it though.
Yeah, I like that trilogy a lot more than I like this trilogy. You tend to lean more towards horror. I tend to lean more towards sci-fi, fantasy, Star Wars, stuff like that.
What?
Yeah. But like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like I wasn't excited for this movie because I was, and then I ultimately there's ideas in here that I like, but I think the execution's poor. So,
and I don't disagree with everything there. And yes, that was something he and I both. When I was talking to Matt about it, he and I both had the same thought sitting there in the theater, where it was like, this kind of feels like, to me, it feels similar to the new Star Wars trilogy, in which I don't think when they started making it, they knew what the whole trilogy was going to be, right? Like it wasn't, they didn't sit there and, throw the book on Jason Blum's desk and go, we've got a 3-part story. It's this, this, and this, and we know what it's going to be. and we're going to set this up, and it's going to pay off here, and we're going to set this up, and it's going to pay off in the last one, and it's going to be clean, consistent. We got it. I suspected that as much, but I started reading some interviews with David Gordon Green today, and that was very much. And I don't have a problem with this. I think this actually makes more sense than how a lot of franchises get made these days. They had the idea for 2018 Halloween. They sold it. Blum went for it, and they said, depending on how it goes, we might make some more. So they had that idea, which I think is the perfect sequel idea, right? It's the movie that everybody, it's the movie that everybody thought this movie was going to be, right? Michael and Laurie Showdown. But we already got that movie. It came out in 2018, and it was the perfect, I think, execution of that idea, right? Yeah. Wipe out the messy continuities. We're just going to do a direct sequel to that movie you love from the 70s, and Jamie Lee's back, and it's going to be real gory and intense, and she's all Rambo'd out. They made that movie, and then it did really well. Which, come on, Jason Blum, that was a surprise to you? Come on. It did really, really well, and I think he calls David Gordon Green and Danny McBride, and he goes, "What's next?" And then they got to go to the drawing board and figure out what's next, what's interesting to them after making, I think, basically the perfect Halloween sequel. Because I love that 2018 movie. I think it's fucking fantastic. I rewatched it again this week. What's that?
I think it's great.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I love that movie. I think it's the perfect sequel to the original. So then it's like, what else do you do? Well, you got Facebook Messenger open over there. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, that's Discord.
Close your fucking Discord.
Oh my God, stop it. Hold on.
What is that, your OnlyFans inbox? Come on. You can fulfill those requests later, Seaman Demon. Legal, I expected Laurie to kill Michael and Judith's room, thus it comes back full circle. Come on, that would have been awesome. Well, you couldn't do this because they tore that house down.
Yeah. Hey, Taylor, I'm going to correct you real quick. Lego. It's Lego.
Lego. Let's fucking go.
I loved everything you said. That's a good theory, but they had a whole thing planned out. They had all three planned out.
I don't think they did. It definitely doesn't feel like
it. Did an AMA on Reddit where he said he had the whole thing planned out. You know how in this one they keep focusing on the radio tower?
I don't believe him. The radio tower, okay.
Okay, here's I'm gonna go into this. So they kept focusing on the radio tower, and that's a big plot point on the original story that they were gonna do, but they kept having to cut stuff out. These were gonna be each 2.5-hour movies.
That's
and Blumhouse was like, no, like an hour 45 to an hour 50. Like we're gonna keep it in that time frame. We're not pushing 2 hours. They were going to hint at the mask is the evil, and they do that in the first one. They hint at it. Yeah, he's holding up the mask, like they emphasize on the mask.
I agree.
Drawn to the mask. And same thing in Kills. They start hinting at the mask, and then with the radio tower, they were going to show towards the end of Ends. They were going to show there was going to be an epilogue of sorts at the Shamrock factory.
I did read
and
about this.
They're making all of these masks, and then all of a sudden you see the original Shamrock masks, like the pumpkin, the witch. What was the other one? The skeleton, and then all of a sudden the Michael masks start being made.
Right. So, which, by the way, is an ending I would have loved, but
I would have loved it.
Would have been a great ending.
And
would not have made sense to like
in the
80%.
background. You would have seen the burnt down radio towers.
Wouldn't it have though? Because we got allusions to those masks and Kills. So like,
yeah, which is each movie they're going towards it, and they were going to emphasize it in this movie, but it kept getting cut down. There was like a lot of subplot towards that storyline in each movie that just got cut out.
That's kind of my point though. Like, maybe they had some of these things in the bank when they got started, but there's a lot of different ideas that I don't think necessarily get to stick the landing in this movie, where it's like there's definitely things that interest them in this one and this one and this one, and then it's like it's not a perfect like 3X story. I rewatched all of them this week, including the original one.
Yeah.
all 4 movies. And I was like, what if I looked at this as one cohesive story? And I watched them all,
think it
boom,
works out good.
boom, 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 boom. And I was like, would it kind of unlock, you know, what they're all trying to say? And I definitely got more out of it doing it that way, where it was all fresh in my memory.
I agree.
But I still think as a series, it's a little disjointed, and that it does have stuff like this, where there's setup, where there's foreshadowing that doesn't
just kept it in.
Oh, I agree. I don't disagree with that.
I agree.
I would watch 2.5 hour cuts of all these, but the radio tower is a great thing, because I remember the great call out, because I remember they brought attention to it in Kills, like not in a like direct plot way, but like in that it was there and very consciously included in shots.
Yes.
And I was like, what's that all about? Is that going to be a thing in the next one? And I remember, and I expected something other than your standard Laurie Michael showdown, which a lot of people thought that's what the movie was going to be. I expected some of that, but I expected something more, because I remember in all the press that David Gordon Green was doing, he was like, I want people just to know, like, this, it's going to be kind of a weirder movie. And I remember Jamie Lee Curtis even going as far as saying, oh, people are going to hate this movie. They're going to be so mad about this movie.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew somewhere along the line, this was not going to be a standard slasher movie. They were going to take a big risk. I didn't know what it was going to be. I went, because of the radio tower thing, and because they bring a lot of attention to it in the first half of it. Well, they bring attention to it all throughout. Well, now my wheels were spinning, and I was trying to figure out what the big twist of this was going to be. I thought they were going to do some weird thing where, like, there was like evil radio frequencies that like turned everybody in Haddonfield crazy. Like, I thought there was going to be something.
I'm sure
like
they
that.
would have gone into this. I'm sure that was like a big plot point. Like,
did the mask make Michael evil, or did Michael make the mask evil? Because
I'm sure that would have been like a whole concept. Like, is it the man that's evil, or is it environment that makes man evil? And that would have related to, is it the mask, or is it Michael?
Which I think making the mask,
which they kind of go into, you know, Michael's rampage makes the town go crazy and paranoid. So they do kind of still go into it a little bit, but they don't relate it to the mask. They relate it to, you know, just environment, but tied into the mask.
I like that better than the mask is evil. I think that's even hokey by my standards of, like, because I agree. I also just don't think it tracks very well with the, you know, we know there's something inherent in Michael from the very beginning. He's a kid. He kills his sister. He doesn't even get that mask till he breaks out of Smith's Grove. So so I don't think that tracks super well with the canon. And I also think it's just a very silly kind of twist. I like where they got to way better, where it's not so literal and it's not so hokey, and it is more about, you know, like generational trauma and paranoia and, you know, the residuals of terrible things and tragedies. Mm-hmm. Where they got to is better. And I also think, and I was reading and watching some stuff with David Gordon Green, and yes, this trilogy was up its own ass with nature versus nurture commentary.
They really do drive that kind of concept like into your brain quite a bit, but I like it. I enjoyed that concept in the movie, in the trilogies, or in this trilogy of, you know, how trauma and tragedy affects people and how they respond to it. I really thought that was like an interesting through line throughout the whole entire trilogy.
I agree. I think, you know, Corey's creation and involvement in this is because David Gordon Green understands that trying to figure out who Michael is or why he is the way he is, or, you know, figuring out what's the lore behind him, what is all that. It's been done. It's been attempted before, and it's never landed well. You know, I think Rob Zombie's entire first Halloween is dedicated to trying to give him, you know, a childhood, a backstory, a human story. And a lot of people didn't receive that well, right? Whether you love it or hate it, the general consensus on it is definitely not positive. So I think he understands that in his version of this, where Michael's not Laurie's brother and he's not a weird manifestation of a cult, you know, he realizes it's better to just keep it the way Carpenter started it, where he's the shape. You can't read him. There's nothing else to him other than that. I got to keep him like that. But at the same time, I think he's very interested in and how people respond to him and how what he is could influence other people down the road or the town where these terrible things are happening in. I think what they are most interested with this movie is, or not this movie, but this trilogy, obviously, is Haddonfield as like an actual tangible town full of characters, where it's not really that in any of the other movies. It's just kind of middle suburban town, you know?
Yeah. And here's the thing. It took me until the third act to be like, oh, wait. Like, I forgot that Michael was not in this movie up until now, really.
He doesn't show up till about 40 minutes on the dot.
Which is
pretty bold, you know?
And I did not care. Like, I was so invested in the characters. I was invested in how Laurie was moving on and how she was, being able to live. She acted like a teenager, getting kind of like bubbly and like fumbling over her words and acting awkward, in the grocery store and all this stuff. Like, I thought that was very interesting and cute. And I was invested in, the relationship with, what's her name? The granddaughter. Allison and Corey. I thought all of that was interesting. I was really interested in all these characters that I did not care.
Well, that's all these movies. Something David Gordon Green has loved since the 2018 movie. He loves, first of all, I love their casting. They always,
yes, absolutely.
They don't fill these movies top to bottom with movie stars. They find weirdos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's David Gordon Green. I mean, you watch Eastbound and Down, you watch Vice Principals. They're very weird people that they put in these shows.
Yeah. They find weirdos that you would run into every day in like Midwest suburbia. Mm-hmm. And so they'll go as far as they always would cut. And actually they didn't do it as much in this one, but he loves to cut to like these weird asides. Like, in the original movie, it's like the cops talking about banh mi sandwiches, and it's like it's almost distracting in some instances. Or like Kills is full of this because there's like not even a central character in Kills. It's like Michael Myers basically is the central character in Kills. So they're cutting to the lady playing with her drone and Big John and Little John, and they're all the different Haddonfield locals. They're so fascinated with that. He loves cutting to those people. That's what he's more interested in. And then you have this movie where it's like, oh, I'm going to make one of those random Haddonfielders now the main character. Like, that's one of those things when watching a back-to-back-to-back tracks for me, because that's definitely what he's most interested in. Also, I think they made the 2018 movie and they made the Halloween Kills movies. And again, I'll say it. I sympathize with what people thought this movie was going to be, but they made that movie 2 times already,
Yes, they did. They absolutely did. And what did you want? The same thing a third time? You've already you've turned sour on 2018. You've absolutely hated Kills. Like, that's why you want the same thing? Like, you're already setting yourself up for disappointment either way. So why is something you're not expecting?
Yeah.
I just don't understand that.
It's an
original story that is still based in that Halloween universe, but it's something original and something, in my opinion, very interesting. I was very interested, and I thought it was, I loved it. Again, I loved it.
So, Connor, I'll chime in as someone who's more in line with the general audience. I thought it was going to be something we hadn't seen yet, where Laurie, considering Michael's been missing for 4 years, I was more under the impression she was going to go on the hunt rather than wait for the prey to come to her and set herself up as bait. I was under the impression she was going to go out on the hunt. Granted, I do love that she's now this suburban grandmother trying to make up for what her life wasn't, basically, and by taking care of her granddaughter and like making the homemade pumpkin pie and trying to
celebrating Halloween.
Trying to set her up with a guy that she's just
entirely more interesting than Laurie going on a rampage.
I wasn't saying going on a rampage, but it would have been. I can understand why a lot of people think it's weird.
Sure.
For for her to change so dramatically, especially
it's been 4
after
years and she's finally living how she's never been able to live.
Connor, let me finish real quick. It's very weird to go from this fucker just killed my daughter to now just trying to live peacefully. That's why people, and this is part of the reason people argue it's disjointed, and fairly so, because you can't be like, yeah, Laurie, the one that we have grown with in these last two movies, would have just sat back and done nothing like she had. It is very much the way she's been set up. You would expect her to be the one on the hunt, wanting to end this herself.
I don't disagree entirely. So
that makes sense. Can I say something? That makes sense, but also she's cut her, in my understanding, her tying herself completely to that trauma was bringing more trauma.
Yes,
definitely.
But and I'm not herself from that trauma, and she was enjoying life. She was able to, have a crush and, act like a teenager in the grocery store. She was able to live the life we've never seen her live. She's never been able to be a teenager. Since that night in 1978 on, she's never been able to be a teenager. Since that point up and then through 2018, she was, ready for Michael to come back. And he did and killed her daughter. But she realized that because she was tying herself to that trauma, it was always going to come back. She cut herself from that trauma, and she was able to live happily.
She didn't truly cut herself from that trauma because she's writing a memoir on it. So it's not truly cutting. She's just trying to put it in a more progressive way, but she's still not completely cutting that trauma out. She's just trying to.
Never talked to anybody about it.
Pause. I have something important to say. When Laurie was sitting at the laptop and she's writing about her experience with Michael Myers, and you get her voiceover, I thought that was 100% Carrie Bradshaw in Sex and the City homage.
Yep.
She's always sitting at a computer going, did evil die tonight? Or is evil coming over tomorrow? And then you cut to Samantha and the bar the next day going, well, I just hope evil fucks me to death. I don't know. Anyway, it's like I used to host a Sex and the City podcast. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
She was giving Carrie, as they say these days. If I can chime in on this dynamic, because I something I've been like very intangibly working towards here, and where Laurie is, Lego said where Laurie is and ends is where she should have been in the beginning of 2018. I had a similar thought when I watched this the first time, and a lot of people had the same thought, right? Because we see Laurie in the 2018 movie. It's 40 years after the original, and she's gone, full Rambo recluse in preparation for him to come back after, one night, right? Like this guy he showed up, he killed, a couple of her friends, almost killed her, hasn't seen him for 40 years. And yet that traumatic night has informed every moment for the rest of her life. And then you have this movie, which is taking place after that same guy murders her daughter and then vanishes for 4 years. You would think, oh, she's going to be more unhinged than ever. I had the same gut reaction watching this for the first time. Watching it again in the second time, and what I'm been like very incoherently getting to is that when I rewatched it with different expectations, I felt a lot differently getting to the end of it. I think the only way you can really read the way Laurie is in this movie that I think makes sense is that it is a bit of a facade. I don't know that she's fully moved on, but what I do think, again, this is more of my reading into it than maybe what exactly is there on the screen, but I think she has Allison, and that's all she has left. And Allison has now lost both of her parents to the same guy that has, terrorized Laurie for her entire life. And she knows what she did to her daughter. She knows the upbringing and life her daughter had, and she still got killed at the end of it. And she sees Allison, who's the only person she has left, and takes it upon herself to try to give this kid any kind of normal life, any kind of normal upbringing. And she thinks, I'm going to shelve what scares me. I'm going to shelve the trauma that I've lived by my entire life. I'm going to put that aside, and I'm going to celebrate Halloween and bake pumpkin pies and encourage her to go date, because I didn't do any of those things. And my life has been a nightmare, and my daughter still got killed. Maybe this girl can have a normal life. Now, that being said, I agree. If you were going to go back and write this trilogy, you're going to say, this is the first one, second one, third one. This is the arc. This is the story. You would logically start her where she is at the beginning of this movie, at the beginning of 2018, and she would go full Rambo after the death of her daughter. You don't have that luxury because you already made the other two movies. And I also, in fairness, think we've seen that Laurie before too. That's Halloween H2O. That's the same idea. AJ, it's great. Hey, what's up, AJ? It's great that Michael is inherently evil. Would love if they didn't blame society on Corey. Just saying. Well, we're going to get into a lot of. Well, I think we'll get into a lot of that. I keep saying we're going to get into this. We're going to get into this, but and inevitably we won't get into everything I say.
But to be fair though, these are conversations you and I have had this week. There's a lot to dive into with this movie because of how it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like it's been the weekly discourse, and I've also been thinking about the movie a lot, and rewatching the series and taking a lot of notes and trying to consolidate all my ideas and opinions on it in a way where I can get through them all in one episode. But this is Really Scared, and we're drinking an alcoholic Baja Blast, and we'll miss stuff. And I'll say we're going to talk about that later, and then we won't talk about it. It's gonna have what's that?
Code Red now.
We're on Code Red, baby. I haven't had a regular Code Red in a long time. How's that treating you? You sipped on it yet?
It is delicious. Oh yeah, I'm almost done with it. It's delicious.
Does it taste the same or any different?
No, it is 100% dangerous. Like, nobody should drink this. No, it should not be illegal. All right. This is moving from really scared to really, really drunk.
Davis hits it on the head for me. Corey should have been the boyfriend in 2018. Boyfriend shouldn't have died, and you just see how long-term it affected him.
I agree with that too. I think it would have worked. The impact would have been a little bit better if Corey was a character we had before this movie started. It has to do a lot of unpacking with Corey to get his story, in an hour and 50-minute movie, while also trying to honor the promise of Laurie and Michael. Because, by the way, when I watched this movie the second time, I went, oh, this movie would be better if Michael Myers was already dead before it even started. I was thinking about it, and I almost wonder if that's kind of the movie they wanted to make. I was thinking like Michael should have, if they killed Michael at the end of Kills, or this was a sequel to the 2018 movie, he died there. This movie is almost better if they don't have to shoehorn in the physical presence of Michael Myers.
Yeah, that I mean, just because I love the movie doesn't mean I have criticisms. I think watching the trilogy again, I had more enjoyment with each one watching it as a full trilogy.
Me too.
Back to back to back. I do think the end of Kills, I think it should have just ended with the town beating the shit out of Michael. And
I
then
agree.
in Ends, we find out he's dead. But what does that mean? Is this town automatically, free of what's happened and the evil that's transpired in the town? No, it's infectious and it carries on. I think that would have been more enjoyable. Would it change the public opinion? Probably not.
Definitely not. I think they would have hated it even more.
Even more. Me too.
Yeah.
I think they would have hated it more. But I personally would have had more enjoyment out of that. I'd be like, oh shit. Yeah. So it's not over and it's going to carry on. Michael isn't just one man. The evil that Michael is infected with is infectious and can carry on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I think that's maybe even, again, I will probably never know, but I wouldn't be surprised to find out, that the first draft of this, and as I understand, they wrote many, many, many drafts. It's like There's 4 writers. A lot of different ideas went into this. Obviously, not all of them made it, but I would not be surprised to learn that their original idea for this movie had even less Michael Myers in it. Because to me, you could even do a version of this where Corey crawls into that sewer, and Michael is dead, and he just finds his rotting corpse there with the mask.
Mhm.
And he finds that mask and he picks it up and he looks in it. You could still have that moment where he makes that he flips that switch in his mind where he decides what path in life he's going to take after that. And he puts that fucking mask on and boom, then, the movie functionally is the same. I think you could totally do that. And it would have upset people even more than people are upset about this movie. But I think that's even almost a better movie because it doesn't have to deal with the shoehorn. Because for me, after, again, full spoilers, after Corey dies, or right before he dies, because Michael kills him, but right before he dies and Laurie has that moment with him and everything, I swear I felt like I can almost see like Danny McBride at his computer and he's like, that's it. And then somebody goes, like Jason Blum goes, what do you mean that's it? And then like Danny McBride goes back to his computer. He's like, and then Michael Myers walks in. Like it felt like he literally just kind of like waltzes back into the movie at the end and go like, well, I guess we got to have this moment now, right? Like there's 15 minutes left. I guess I got to fight Laurie for the rest of it. Like that to me, it felt almost begrudging some of the Michael stuff where it was like, we really just want to tell this story of what happens to these people after this guy does what he does. And when that story is over, when the slasher series ends, what the fuck happens to those people? How do the rest of their lives look? I think that's what they're most interested in this, but they don't have the ability to commit to it that heavily because and the studio, whoever, I'd say the studio, it's just this monolithic being, but they are right in knowing what people are going to expect when they see this, and they go, you can't have Halloween without Michael Myers, even though you got John Carpenter in the back going, that's what I always wanted it to be. I hate this, Michael Myers. By the way, I love that John Carpenter is getting to do press again. It's always a treat when one of these comes out. People start interviewing John Carpenter again, who I think is like...
He's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to check.
He's the most like straightforward, no nonsense, no ego filmmaker I think alive today. Like they'll be like, what do you think about him making those movies? He's like, it's pretty cool. I love it. And like won't expand upon that at all. He's great. They're fun. I think they're good. Like, what else do you want him to say about it? Shay Wilson liked how Michael didn't kill Corey and almost befriending him. That was surprising to me. Yeah, no, I mean,
I honestly was surprised by that too. I thought the moment that he was going to like take the mask, and I thought immediately Corey's going to die, and then this is when Michael is going to be the central focus. But no, Michael was like, you know what? We're going to kill a bunch of people together.
Real recognizes real.
So
real recognizes real.
So real quick.
Realize.
I think something I might have liked better is if going back to when Corey takes the mask from Michael, instead of just leaving him there, if he just killed him himself.
What, Corey killed Michael or Michael killed Corey?
Corey killed Michael.
Yeah, I mean, look, he bodies him when he crawls in those sewers
exactly.
later.
Like,
get over here, you old.
All you have to do is take that knife and just bam.
You okay?
I hit my desk. That's all.
I hate the argument. Well, how did this teenager like body Michael?
I don't have that argument.
He had the shit beat out of him in the prior movie. He's been living in a sewer,
eating
rats for 4 years.
He has half a hand.
Rats and poo water. Like the man is weak as hell. Like it doesn't matter who you are. He's weak.
But my point is, I'm agreeing with you. Like I just feel like.
No, yeah, I was just going at a tangent because I've seen that tweet a million times.
Which, by the way, those are the same people that'll go, how does this? That makes no sense. He's been shot, stabbed, burned, run over. He's 70 years old.
Yeah.
How does he keep getting up? That's dumb. Well, now he didn't get up, and you're mad again.
Now he's got poop in his cuts. The man is not well.
You smelly sewer grandpa. What do you want from him? He's trying his best.
You can only have so much poop over 4 years seep into your cuts.
Your best friend's a fucking maniac outside and just tent.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Michael Myers. When we first did see that guy, like he's pushing his cart up the hill, I was like, is that Michael Myers? Like I really thought they might. I really thought they might be doing something like that.
Although I put on my tinfoil hat because again, I watched the teaser, which was just that, the final battle between Laurie, like the last 15 minutes of the movie. And I didn't watch anything after that.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw Corey riding around on his motorcycle with the mechanic suit on, and I was like, he's up to something. He's wearing it. That's not just a coincidence. Yeah. It could be a red herring, but I don't know.
I do think Corey works at a junkyard in this movie purely so there's an in-plot reason that he wears a blue jumpsuit for most of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're like, we got to come up with some reason he's wearing that all the time.
Can we talk about the dad?
That beautiful pear-shaped man.
Oh my God.
The dad was awesome.
Like, that
like, he didn't deserve, like, there's two people I felt like didn't deserve to die in that whole killing spree. One was the dad on accident from the piece of shit band kid. Like, by the way, since when are band kids fucking bullies? Just
now, I love that. I really that felt
it made sense.
I don't know. That's pretty spot on. Band kids bullied me.
Well, no, fair. But to me, I thought it was interesting because
yeah, you're fucking
saying fair. I get where you're coming from. That's what I mean by fair. But I think it also plays well into the point that Corey makes to the band kid himself. He's like, you're trying to bully me because your father bullies you. He's a band kid. How many people are fucking bullying him in real life on top of it? Like he ain't at the top. So, but
we're almost 30. The dynamic has changed.
Yes,
I do agree with that. I mean, it feels like it to me. That felt like such a Danny McBride thing. I think it's like, wouldn't it be funny?
Danny McBride.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if instead of jocks, the bullies were band kids?
Yes,
that was definitely Danny McBride.
But so the stepdad dying, and then the one band geek girl who tried to stop them every single time and stuck up for him. The fact that he just runs her over, I was like, yo,
she dies hard as fuck.
Yeah.
She dies super hard.
That's one thing I will say, people can't complain about these movies when it comes to the kills. These kills are amazing.
They're great. Yeah. They have a lot of fun.
They are great.
And I actually
who cares who they come from? The kills are great.
I like that the only girl who showed him any kindness in that group gets killed super hard, only to demonstrate just how far gone he is, that there is no redemption. There is no humanity, no empathy left in him. There's no rhyme or reason. He is trying to embody what Michael Myers is, which is just like pure wanton destruction.
The moment that he was thrown off that bridge, she could have done something. At least in his mind, she could have done something and stopped him from throwing him over the bridge. And him crawling into the sewer, that was it. Like, nobody that showed him kindness besides Allison,
besides Michael, right? Like that's
besides Michael, because he was gonna ruin Allison's life anyway. So it didn't even matter.
I do think there's something he never says this out loud, but to me, he definitely believes there's a reason Michael let him go. Like he asks Allison, he goes, did you get away or did he let you go? Mm-hmm. The fact that Michael lets him go, which he never does, he thinks there's something special there, right?
Yes.
And I think I like that they're vague actually about the whole idea of the evil transfer, right? Like when you see it play visually, you can't help but wonder if they are doing something supernatural, which in this franchise, whenever they get to the super Baja Blast.
No, this is original. I'm saving watermelon for last.
Ooh, watermelon. They got a little creative with that one. They play vague with the transfer of evil. When you see it visually, you can't help but think like, oh, did he just do a soul transfer?
Transference.
Yeah. But but then it's also or I thought about this a lot. So something that happens in Halloween Kills that doesn't really get to play out much more in this because they destroy Michael's childhood home, which is a real central focal point of the second movie. Halloween Kills is his home. That's like what you learn is he's just trying to go home and he's going to kill everybody he meets on the way there so he can look out the window. And they do this whole thing. Like Will Sadler's character is like, I started to wonder, was he looking out or was he actually looking at his own reflection? Was he looking back at himself this whole time? And I wonder, when Michael grabs him and he lets him go, is he let him go because he sees himself in the reflection of this kid's eyes. And in the same sense, he looks at him and he sees the evil that's already there, right? Like the nature versus nurture thing we're talking about. I feel like there's conflicting ideas in the movie purposely about whether Corey is in a fateful way on that path to become what he is from the very first moments of his life, even before the accident. Is evil inherent to him, or is it a consequence of what's happened to him and the events of the movie that we've seen after the accident? And I think you can go either way. I think the movie leaves it up to you. Was it supernatural, inherent evil? Is it playing with these heavy, weighty concepts, or is it, a story about, breaking down and becoming an outcast and the way that people become disenfranchised and what terrible things that can drive them to do? Or is he, is evil occupied the shape that is Corey his whole life, right? I think it leaves it up to your interpretation. You even have the parents of that kid who died. The mom obviously thinks it's inherent evil, right? Mm-hmm. And then the dad goes as far as to say, like, I always liked that kid, and I even learned like to forgive him, and I saw the way people treated him, and it upset me because they made it about themselves. But when I saw him the other day, he had changed, right? So I feel like the mom's idea is that it's this, he's always been evil. The dad's idea is that something changed in him over time.
So I think was after he crawls out of the sewer, face to face with Michael,
kills a homeless man. I'm Michael Myers. Get out of there. Give me that mask.
Give me the mask. I'm Michael Myers.
Another great David Gordon Green Haddonfielder, stinky homeless man hanging outside the sewers.
Real quick, one complaint I do have is that this dude goes and kills someone and then feels the need to go fuck Allison like right after each time.
Yeah, he's like, I got a lot of adrenaline going. I gotta do something with this. Can I come home with you? Which, by the way, I do think Corey is completely irredeemable after he crawls out of that pipe. Like, he has fully flipped the switch and he's gone. Like, not only has he killed a man, the guy got a little aggressive with him, no doubt, but he did stab this man to death. But then he goes, it was a high form. I do agree with that. He feels this incredible rush, and he's chasing that rush for the rest of the movie. He goes back to see Allison, and this guy, he's looking at Laurie. They have that cute little shot with him by the bushes. It's it's homage, a lot of homage in these movies to the original. But like, this guy met Michael Myers. He knows where he is. He looked him in the eye. He could send everybody to those sewers right now to take care of the problem. But not only is he going to withhold that info, but he's going to hang out with Allison, and he's going to look Laurie in the eye and keep that a secret to himself because he thinks he's special. He's chosen. He was let go. So from that point forward, Corey he's gone. The ship has sailed. Killing as an aphrodisiac. Yes, I don't disagree with this. In fact, I'm sorry, I know I'm jumping all over the place. Rewatching it, there's something innately sexual and intimate about the first time that Corey and Michael kill together in the sewers that come.
Yeah.
Michael basically has an orgasm after it happens.
Yeah.
He's just like shaking and spasming. It's
Can I be honest? My entire theater laughed at that. The entire theater laughed.
He has a murder nut after it happens. It's like it's his evil meter is charging up. He's like, "Oh yeah, brother, we're gonna go back out."
Oh yeah, brother.
Oh, let's go kill Haddonfield, brother. Hulk is back. Yeah, like that. It's like he just woke up after he just had to get a couple steps in, and he's like, "Oh man, I've been missing this. Let's rock and roll, baby."
Because I mean, in reality, he hasn't killed in 4 years.
Yeah,
not true because the homeless guy even says he brings in bodies every so
Oh,
often.
that's true. That's
he
true.
never lets anybody out. You should get back in there. He's like mad that Corey got out. He never lets people out. And you also
That's true.
And
I didn't remember that, but that's true.
And there was also something that they didn't bring a ton of attention to, but when Corey gets thrown off that bridge, there's this big fat missing persons billboard right there too.
Oh my God, you're right.
And no one references it directly, right?
No one does. I'm sure that's something that got cut out, but I yeah, that is true.
Yes, exactly, Jessica. When Hannibal
yes.
will kill,
good callback because Hannibal.
I've said
Bring it back.
I've said it to Jessica too many times. At the end, they basically fuck by killing a man together, and I felt the exact same way when Corey and Michael killed the cop in the sewers. I was like, there was something very intimate and sensual about this thing that they did together, and now they like truly do know each other through having done it. But yeah, I don't know if the missing girl billboard is like something that cut out or anything, but to me, again, it's one of those things you could take one of two ways. One, you could say that's somebody that Michael killed, and what a shame that her billboard is right above his little sewer hidey hole. But something you could also say, because I didn't even really connect the two things at first, was like terrible shit's happening in this town, whether Michael's doing it or not.
Yeah,
like this is a deeply traumatized, cursed town. Where everyone is broken, everyone is dirty, whether they came into contact with this guy directly or not, they all know somebody who did, and they're all dealing with the repercussions of what happened in the 60s and on that night in 2018, or in the 70s, I should say, as well, and the 60s and on the night in 2018. They're all sharing that together. So terrible stuff, and everybody's so mean in this town. Everybody's so gross.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, and I kind of am leaning towards that. That no matter what people kind of place the blame on, everybody is kind of guilty of something. I mean, look at Laurie, ends up killing, justified, yes, but kills Corey, and, Allison comes home and sees it.
Well, actually, no. Laurie is not even the one who strikes the final blow on it.
That's true. But it looks like she killed him. Corey, not by his own fault. It was a complete accident. Kills that kid.
Yeah.
Like everybody is guilty of something everybody is just blaming it on something, whether it's Michael or something else.
Or Laurie.
A
lot of people are victim blaming Laurie.
From Kills, who gets stabbed in the neck.
The light tube. I was like, wow, she's alive. Holy shit.
Which is another theme that carries on throughout the trilogy, that the person you expect to die comes back.
Wow, that guy's alive?
Yeah. She's, in the parking lot and is like, you're to blame for this. Like everybody is blaming something on someone, and it's just a constant circle and just like drives this town crazy. And it's just a cursed town of just blaming something on everybody.
Yeah. Whether Michael is running around or he's shitting in the sewers, the effects of him are like embedded in the bedrock of the very town itself. And whether it's supernatural or it's just literal, and that everybody's feeding into this mass negativity, this mass hysteria. Because one of my big criticisms of Kills, and let it be known, we were Halloween Kills apologists from the start. We were on board. One of my big criticisms of Kills was like, I loved all the stuff at the hospital. I loved the Evil Dies Tonight stuff. I love what they were doing. And my big feeling on it was like, it still felt like none of those characters learned anything, because they still I think
it's just a shitty town and they'll never learn.
Yeah, they sought this mob justice against Michael.
I think that they're so, in my understanding with the billboard with the missing person, is they're so focused on one thing, they're not looking over here. Like people are going missing.
Yeah.
Like women are going missing, people are dying, but you're so focused on the boogeyman. Mm-hmm. Like someone that could possibly be, obviously he's not dead, but they're so focused on something and it's bringing it back.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
women are going missing and all this stuff, and
Yeah.
they're not focusing on that, and they're focusing on one thing, and it's manifesting it.
Right. It's like Michael Myers, you call him the shape, but he's like transcended shape. He's transcended
Yeah.
form, and he's just quite literally at this point, even though he's a feeble old man dying in the sewers, he's also this cloud. The trope and idea of the boogeyman exists in everybody's mind still.
Because you got to think, if the kid didn't lock him in the attic, saying that Michael's going to come for you, would that have gotten him to that point of kicking open the door, knocking the kid down the stairs, killing him, sending him to this point where he would meet the man he was afraid of, that ultimately sent him to this point?
Exactly. And no, I don't think it would have.
Exactly.
Because he's not even in there very long, at least as far as we can tell. He gets locked in there. He's in there for a minute or two. The parents
But the idea of this person has scared him to the point where he needs to kick open the door.
Yeah, it's the mass hysteria that we know exists in Halloween Kills.
Yeah.
And they don't even get the guy at the end of that movie. So even if the physical form is missing, everyone is living in anticipation that it's going to come back. And even if it never did, it doesn't matter, because it's driving people's thoughts and fears, and it's making terrible things happen anyway. It's the shadow of
making it happen. It's making it happen.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I think there's
it makes it so interesting. That point of, just you're manifesting the evil. This town is manifesting evil.
Right. These are the things that I came to appreciate more about it on a rewatch.
Exactly. Rewatching the trilogy has made me appreciate that concept.
The first watch,
an interesting concept.
The first watch, I was like a lot of people, I was like, where's Michael Myers at? 40 minutes pass before it happens, and then you still don't get a lot of him for a while. I was part of that audience, and I still think I enjoyed it more than a lot of people did off a first watch, but I enjoy it way more now than I did off the first watch, having noticed some of these things. Again, not everything tracks perfectly. There's definitely tonal and thematic inconsistencies throughout the trilogy, because I don't think they had all this boom, boom, boom on the whiteboard at the start. I think they figured out what they were interested in along the way, which is what I think about. We brought it up a long time ago, which is I think what the Star Wars trilogy was. They were like, we know what Force Awakens is, and what else we got? And they were just throwing shit at the wall, and not all of it stuck. And I think this trilogy has some of those symptoms as well. But I definitely like this more, coming at it from a different angle on a rewatch with the other movies fresh in my mind. And again, like I said, I think there's a better version of this where Michael is just dead at the start.
Yeah. But
that would have upset people. They would never have made that movie.
No.
No studio is bold enough to make that movie, and I understand why. But
I'm in the camp that, like, it takes a lot for me to not like a movie.
Sure.
You've got to really deeply upset me to not like a movie. But even then, like, I'm not going to talk about the movie because I don't have a lot to say about it.
Sure. Yeah.
But, I see a movie a couple times. If I like it, I'm going to talk about it because I enjoy talking about things I like. I don't like talking about things I don't like.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. The worst thing that can happen for a movie is I get out of it and I just don't have any thoughts on it.
Yeah, that's the most disappointing, is like walking out a movie and not really having an opinion about it.
Yeah, and now everything's so heightened by way of Twitter and Letterboxd and shit, where it's you love it or you fucking hate it, and everybody, that is the two things you can apparently be when it comes to this movie. And I
just don't like people saying don't see this movie.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I appreciate people have opinions, like, I didn't like this movie. You should see it. Let me know what you think about it.
Sure.
That is the correct response. Don't tell someone, hey, this movie fucking sucks. You shouldn't see it because it's awful. Who are you to tell someone what they're going to think about the movie?
I just said see it on Peacock in my review. I'll be honest. Like,
that's fine. That's fine.
That's fair.
I just like save the money, see it on Peacock.
They should, but see the movie and then form your own opinion. I think you could too. I really think you could, Davis.
Yeah, Allison couldn't, but I do think Davis could fix Corey. Yeah, I agree, and I liked it a lot more on a second watch.
Me too.
With different expectations. Now that being said, I kept saying I think there's a better version of this movie without Michael, but I think the stuff that he is in is still fairly effective. First of all, I love the. This is just something I thought of today. I love that because you get that shot where Corey goes to Laurie's house and he's there with Allison, and Laurie is standing there in the night and she's kind of like, I don't know about this kid anymore. And they cut to like Michael sitting by the tree. I always, because as we've established in these movies, which I've always thought was an interesting tweak, was that Michael doesn't really care about Laurie. It's more like fate keeps bringing these things together, but Laurie's the one fixated on him. And again, you don't get any insight into what's going on with him. But you take away the familial thing, and he's unreadable. And in this, I just imagine I think he's following Corey around, right? He's like this, my buddy Corey. I'm just gonna limp behind him.
Hey, bud.
Hey, dude.
I thought we were gonna hang out, man. I thought we were gonna hang out. What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey, dude. Hold on. I'm right. I'm coming.
Bros off our house, man. What the fuck?
Hey, dude. And I just imagine him like following Corey home, and like he goes in the house, and Michael looks over and he sees Laurie, and he's just like, oh my God, you gotta be fucking kidding me. This lady again?
I don't want to do this anymore.
I've been in the sewers.
Hang out with a friend.
I've been down there for 4 years. The first time I come out, I'm at this lady's house again. You've got to be joking.
Kidding me.
And then she looks over and he's gone. He's like, nope, I'm going back to the sewers. I can't.
Thought we were going to the arcade. I thought we were gonna hang out, have a couple beers.
Does everybody in town know this lady? I mean,
so
come
we're gonna
on.
play the Aliens arcade game.
I'm gonna go eat rat shit. I'm over this. I'm going back. I'll see you later, Corey. Real cool, dude.
Real cool.
I've had a friend since the fucking 60s, my man. Dr. Loomis was my last friend. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Michael. Gotta be joking. Yeah, once again. So, but the times where Michael pops up. Oh, and another thing I kept seeing people say, which I never considered, was that they were like, after Michael and Corey kill the doctor and his his assistant, and they cut to him on his motorcycle, and you can see someone's on the back. I kept seeing, this didn't dawn on me at all, but I kept seeing people think when the camera panned out, it was going to be Michael on the back of the motorcycle holding on to Corey, his little mask over his shoulder.
Cute as shit. I would have loved that.
They're a little weird. Their weird friendship. I love the sequence.
I love those motorcycle riding scenes with the music. I thought that soundtrack was amazing.
Where the movie turns into Drive.
I've been running that soundtrack quite a bit.
It's got this, and that's what David Gordon Green's been saying, and it's almost like the most. I feel like I hear every director say this about every movie. He's like, I wanted this one to be a love story. You always hear I feel like every director says, I wanted it to be a love story. And you're like, what? But this movie definitely has this weird, like, coming of age, like 80s romance quality to it that I think is inarguable. He's really interested in this sort of not even teenage romance, just more of like, because like Laurie, I think these two kids, they're in their early 20s, right?
Yeah, and they're both damaged.
Incredibly damaged. I've seen a lot of people go like, oh, they fall in love so fast. It's so unrealistic. It's like, have you been young and in love? It goes that way, right? You fall head over heels without thinking of the repercussions, without thinking of the long-term implications of that. It's very easy when you're young and you're very emotional and you're very vulnerable to like look at somebody and just immediately think, barely understanding them, oh, that's going to be my whole life. That's my whole world. That's what matters the most. And these are two, they're not teenagers anymore, but they completely missed out on their young, adulthood, right? Corey was in jail for most of it. And Allison's been... No,
he wasn't. He got off. They made that a clear point early in the film. He got off. He did not go to jail.
I thought they said he went to jail for a few years.
No.
He went away for a little bit and got out. He didn't get the maximum, but he was let off easy, is what they say. He was let off easy.
In any case, my point is, after the accident, his entire conventional, young adult life is gone. He doesn't go to college. He stays in Haddonfield. He works for his dad, and everybody's looking at him like he's a psychopath. So he doesn't get, we see him bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at the start of the movie. He's like, I'm just babysitting tonight. It's just going to make a couple bucks. I'm going off to college. And then that kid ain't in the rest of the movie. He's somebody else after that.
Yeah.
And then Allison gets to have that normal teenage life for a while. And then one night in 2018, it all goes wrong. And that informs the rest of her life in the same way that I think, like I said at the top, I think Laurie's trying to stop her from becoming what Laurie became.
It's really a coming of age story for all of our main characters.
And the idea that those two kids would, wouldn't quickly fall for each other when they have, the same tragic backstory and this trauma and this, for the first time, feeling like somebody sees them and listens to them in a way that nobody else can. They understand each other. I totally buy that those two would be head over heels in love with one another.
Absolutely.
Is a little corny, and you think, oh, that's not believable.
It's cliche. It's the cliche that trauma recognizes trauma.
Yeah,
it's that cliche, but that's real life.
What I have loved to have seen a version of this trilogy where maybe Corey is a character in the other movies, and we get more of him, so that when he makes,
I would have loved to see him in 2018 and Kills as like a background character, with a couple scenes.
And then when he makes that turn, it would be even heavier.
Effective. Yeah, it's more effective.
I would love to have seen that version of this, but I don't think it's that unreasonable that these two would fall for each other the way that they do. That's not something that bothered me on the first one.
There is that I think their point with this is that it could be any person on the block that can be infected with that evil. It's this random person.
Yeah.
That has no connection to the evil already. It's just a random person.
Everything he's got in terms of Halloween
he's completely removed. He's just someone in Haddonfield that has heard about this. Mm-hmm. And he's just sucked into it.
Right.
Which also,
Davis, I'm going to make the worst Halloween movie ever, so people ends more in retrospect. Like, that's definitely going to happen.
It's going to happen.
There's going to be one that in a few years,
a resurrection where everybody's going to be like, you know what? Ends is a masterpiece.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to happen. I mean, I said it on Twitter a few days ago, but some people are saying this is the worst horror movie ever. That's bonkers because
you've never seen a fucking horror movie.
It's not even the worst Halloween movie by a wide mile. Believe me.
Let alone worst horror movie.
This is not a sacred, classy franchise. We have
not even the worst movie of the year.
It's not even a classy fucking
that
genre.
Goes to Black Adam.
Black Adam does. The hierarchy of Halloween has changed forever. Art Wishwood, Allison just loves curly-haired good boys gone bad whose names start with C. That's true. That, you know what? Not a bad point. She's got a type. We've seen that. Consistent with with Lonnie's kid. Lonnie, get your ass out of here. That's also something in this timeline. The only regret I have about the Blumhouse timeline is Loomis is just a footnote in it, where for me growing up on the sequels and stuff, Loomis is just as important as Laurie in my brain when it comes to Halloween.
Fuck Loomis.
I mean, I get it's because Don Pleasance is dead, right? Yeah. But it's really what it is. But Loomis is just this weird guy that Laurie met once in the 70s. It's a shame that he wasn't chasing Michael around for years in this timeline. But it is what it is. I love Don Pleasance's fucking Loomis. I bought Corey and Allison's relationship. I didn't have any notes.
I was fully bought in, and the first 20 minutes when they're she's trying to flirt with him. I was laughing and smiling. I was like, this is cute.
Yeah.
This is really cute. This is good storytelling here. And people are like, oh, this is problematic. Another white man, yada, yada, yada. But at the point where he turns evil, I felt no remorse. I was like, this is a horrible person. I didn't feel sorry for him.
100%.
These are his own actions.
I've seen that
people that didn't want him to turn that way. He could have gone there and turned around. He chose evil. Whether he was infected or not, he chose evil, and that's his own consequence.
I agree. And you're bringing this up, and then AJ brought this up in the chat, which was like, I don't know if that was just like pitch perfect timing or like how that
it was
happened.
pitch perfect timing.
But yeah, because I saw AJ coming out with this critique of the movie earlier. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's a really silly critique, and I'm sorry.
I think it's a silly critique as well.
I honestly don't, because I have the same critique of Joe.
Well, I do, and you can't disagree with me.
It's silly as shit.
No, but here's the thing. It's, for me, it boils back down to, and he shouldn't turn evil. He should just be inherently evil, because that's what the Halloween series has been. He shouldn't be gotten to the point where he's just saying screw it, he beaten down by the world that bad, because that's not a good trope. It really isn't. Like,
here's what I'll say about this.
Okay, and you say something, and then I
have something, because I thought about this for a little while. I like really wanted to kind of meditate on this critique, because I think in some contexts there's something to it. I think depending on how the movie is framing the story, the characterization, I think there can be some validity in this. I don't feel that way about this movie, and here's why. For one, we're talking about what ultimately is the antagonist of a slasher movie, right? He's not the hero. He's not somebody that I think for very long in the film you're meant to have much empathy for. I don't think you're meant to sympathize with them. I don't think at any point the movie is saying, this is an admirable guy, and gee willikers, isn't it a shame what happened to sweet old Corey?
They set it up in the beginning.
But that beginning is exactly the opposite of that.
Let him finish, God.
I was responding to you, not him.
Let me keep going here, all right? Disembodied voice.
If Connor's going to interject, I'm going to interject. That's all I'm saying.
Corey makes the conscious decision to become what he is. And I think that's, again, I understand that Michael is inherent incomprehensible evil. That's what he is. You ain't got to explain that to me. And we were talking about that earlier. That's why I think you have to do something like Corey, because Corey ultimately isn't Michael Myers. He tries to be, and he dies for it. He's not the same thing as Michael. So much so that up at the end of the movie, because Michael's just death. He's just death, and he's evil, and he's unstoppable, and he's indestructible, and there's no motive, there's no plotting, there's no strategy. It's just death, as far as we can understand. Corey is something different. Corey, I think, is arguably almost worse than Michael, especially with the way that the movie ends. And I didn't really think about this till the second time I watched it. When Corey's sitting there on the floor in Laurie's house, and he's shot, and he's broken, and he hears Allison come home. He doesn't. If Michael's in that same position, Michael's getting up and he's trying to kill Laurie. Michael's getting up and he's trying to kill Allison. That's all he's going to do. Corey connives and plots and says, I'm going to take Allison away from you by dying. Michael is survival. Michael is persistent. Corey wants to emotionally break Laurie in such a personal way that Michael doesn't, and drives that knife into his neck, because if he goes, I'm not going to make it out of this alive. Let me take something from you much deeper than your life. That's not Michael. I think Corey becomes something worse than Michael. I think we're not meant to think he's cool.
No.
And this is also going to sound a little reductive of the franchise and of horror movies. But I think if you're looking to this movie for any kind of moral compass that should reflect back on your life, you're setting yourself up for failure. If you feel that way about this, you have to feel that way about, this is Halloween, right? You came to these movies to watch people get stabbed. So again, it's reductive of Halloween in a way. It's, I think I'm contextualizing him in a way that is sort of reductive, but at the same time, Corey ain't the hero. Corey makes the decision that Laurie doesn't. They make that point. Laurie is the hero. Laurie is the one that we want to see. Laurie is the one that we sympathize with. Laurie is the one that we love. And Laurie is the one who makes the decision, we learn in this movie, to not become what Michael dares her to become. Corey does become that. And yes, he has a hard knock life. We see that. And I'll disagree too. I'll disagree with this too, AJ. Killers aren't created by society. They're radicalized or they're evil. Knowing this at the bare minimum breaks similitude.
What do you think causes radicalization?
I disagree with that too. Now, I'm not saying just because a young person becomes disenfranchised or experiences something terrible or becomes radicalized that what they do as a consequence is justified. It's not. Obviously, we all know this. And look, is it going to handle these sweaty, heady concepts with sensitivity and responsibility? No, because it's a slasher exploitation horror movie.
Yeah.
The first movie is about a kooky, crazy man who breaks out of a mental institution filled of kooky, crazy people. They're so crazy with no sensitivity or understanding or empathy for what it means to be mentally ill. He's a crazy man and he's gonna kill you, and invents an entire trope as a consequence. This is the language that we're speaking when we watch these movies. And so, again, is it a little reductive to say, Halloween, we should look to Halloween to handle these responsibly? Yes, but it's also just the reality of these movies. And again, if this movie ended with you going, man, it's such a shame what happened to Corey, I could see that. If you were meant to be at the end of this, because I think intention's important. If the idea was that you got to the end of this and the movie wanted you to feel bad for Corey, if you thought it was such a shame what happened to Corey, I would agree that that's a little messy. But I don't think the intention is that. I think, like I said, from the second Corey looks at Laurie, by the way, their names rhyme. That's weird. What's the deal with that? When Corey looks at Laurie and doesn't tell her where Michael Myers is, he knows. That's the moment it's all done. Even before you get to the rest of the movie, at that moment, he's irredeemable, and he made the choice to be that person. And also, we were talking about it before, it's not entirely clear whether there's a supernatural element or not. I think it leaves it up to your interpretation, whether it's evil's manifesting through generational trauma and environmental trauma, or if it's, he got his fucking soul sucked or whatever with Michael in the sewers. I think it leaves a little to your interpretation. But I think if you're looking at this movie for any sort of moral responsibility, you've already set yourself up for failure.
That is my entire point, is if you're very offended by the framing of the killer in this movie, which is Corey to an extent, that's your own fault. If you're sympathizing with him, that's your own fault. Because you're setting yourself up to be super offended by it. I was not sympathizing with Corey at all. I was sympathizing with Laurie the entire movie. Corey was a person that had a bad hand dealt, yes, but ultimately he chose what he did from that point on. Like, that's his own consequences. It's not thematically dumb at all. It's not, because he chose that. It's not saying society made him this way. He made himself that way. He decided by looking into Michael's eyes, I'm evil now. Like, he became evil by looking into Michael's eyes. It wasn't society.
He decides to become the thing that everybody expects him to be.
Yes, exactly.
But he didn't have to.
He didn't have to be.
Yeah.
I think it says more about you if you're sympathizing with him and then becoming offended that you think that it's saying this. I think that says more about you than what the movie is trying to say.
And I just don't think
that's my opinion.
I just don't think it's their intent. Again, I think intention is important. And like I said, do I think the handling of this can be a little sweaty? Of course. Again,
I think they knew what was going to happen in the fallout of the movie. They wanted to cause outrage. And
the studio knew it was going to happen too, which is why they concealed all of this in the marketing. Because they're like, that's going to be a hard movie to sell.
But I don't think this is another, a white man was, caused to do this by society. Not at all. He chose to do it.
Yeah, I think if I was going to take it that far to that logical endpoint, the movie relents that terrible things happen to people and it's not deserved, and it can be very cruel, and that can break people into doing very terrible things. And if we don't think that's happening now, we're being dishonest with ourselves. However, it doesn't just. Yeah, it doesn't justify those things, and
No.
and terrible things happen to people who don't embody that cruelty. And
If
that
you are
horror.
looking at it this way about Halloween Ends, you have got to fucking hate Scream. You have to say Scream is the most problematic movie in ever fucking made. You have to say that about any fucking slasher. You have to say these are the most problematic movies because it's a white man killing a bunch of people because that's how society made them. That is what you are saying, and that is you have to apply that to every movie that has followed the same formula. You have to. What is Scream? But
Scream is a revenge series. That's a little bit of a different situation.
On a woman and end up killing a bunch of people.
But that's a revenge series. You have got to
fucking hate Scream if you hate this movie because of that plot point.
No, because that is a revenge series and killing the people around them around the person to get to the one person. Because
they are
how that one person has ended up affecting their life. It's a little bit of a different situation.
White men.
I don't. Well, what do you think Corey is? How do you think Corey justifies what he does? He is a revenge story, not against an individual, but against what he deems is
against society, which is what the issue is here.
It's not the issue. That's what I'm saying is, again, you are being disingenuous if you don't think
this is not true.
People actually
in a different light.
I think it's disingenuous to convince yourself that there are not people in our actual reality who are using things that have happened to them as justification of revenge against society. I'm not saying he's right. That's the point. He's wrong. But that is what's happening here. I just think, look, this is horror. This is exploitation. This is schlocky. Again, I'm not looking to this to give me a responsible, coherent, moral message about society. And I don't think it's going to. And even if it wants to, the fact that it kind of fumbles it, maybe a little.
The climate that people are putting their experience of what they are seeing on the news into what they're seeing, which is, that's going to happen. But it's a horror movie through and through. And at the end of the day, does it have good kills? Yes. Does it have a killer soundtrack? Yes.
Yes.
Did I have fun with it? Yes. I'm not worrying about what the fuck Fox News is saying. I don't watch Fox News. I don't give a shit about Fox News. It's a Halloween movie. It's a slasher movie.
Somebody cut off Willie the Kid's tongue and had it rolling around on a record player. What is going on? What is going on? Chuck Carlson. Okay, let's talk.
Oh God, no! Oh no!
Let's move past this because I'm.
Yeah, this is going to take up way too much time.
This is, I know, and I so foolishly thought too. I was like, we'll probably talk about this for 90 minutes. I forgot what show this was. I forgot what show this was. I forgot what we are capable of. I knew we had to have this conversation, so like I'm not begrudging that we did. Because I do think it's definitely a common critique of the movie, and I wanted to make sure that we addressed it because I disagree with it. Now, and that's fine. By the way, let me also say this: it's fine that I disagree with it, and it's fine that you disagree with me. Everybody's going to come out with this different takes. I'm just going to make it clear is that criticism just doesn't hold much weight for me. I think there are a lot of criticisms in this movie. I can go, yeah, I can see that. That's one that just doesn't do that for me.
It doesn't hold weight for me.
And if it is different for you, you probably watch these movies differently than I do, and that's okay because it's art, it's subjective. We can interpret it, we can feel how we want about it. I just don't feel that way, and I'm the one with the fucking microphone, baby. Now,
I just want one more point.
Okay. Go off,
I don't think anybody is going to get bullied and then be like, well, if Corey did it and Halloween Ends, I'm going to do it. I don't think that is going to happen.
I don't either because I think Corey's a fucking nerd. He's a dumbass. Like,
dumbass.
He's an idiot, and he thinks he's Michael Myers, and then he's demonstrably not. And then he all his plans fail, and he's like an edgelord that makes you roll your eyes. That's
he couldn't kill anybody.
Wait, he was killing people, but when it came down to the brass tacks, he fell.
Who did he kill? Who did he kill that didn't take effort? He killed the homeless man, didn't take much effort, and then he killed the weird doctor that didn't take much effort.
He killed the doctor with the corpse.
He tried killing the receptionist, but that took effort, and he got locked out.
That's true.
He was not a good killer.
And I love.
He tried killing Laurie and got
all of the band kids
in the setup.
Yeah, all the band
kids took effort, bro.
I don't. Those kids were fucking morons too. I don't think any of
it still took effort at the end of the day, like that, and just pointing that out.
Well, what I think is we see him kind of learning to become what he thinks he's going to be, and when he goes up against these people who aren't living that life, he's successful. He thinks after the junkyard, he's like, I've done it. I'm Michael. I've got the mask. I'm gonna go get Laurie next. And when he shows up at Laurie's house, he's made to look like the fucking loser nerd bitch he is.
Yeah. Which brings me back to a point that's not irresponsible, because these fucking lunatics are gonna get what's coming to them.
He goes to Laurie's house and she said,
call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me.
That's right, baby. I had to hide it back there this entire time. I put that on here just so I could do that.
You really did that.
I thought as soon as the whole weird suicide thing, I went, that was 100% calling ambulance.
I thought the same thing. I really did. I didn't know you had that. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, AJ, I don't think anybody would be radicalized killed by the movie, but people look at Corey and say that's what's happening, and that's the dumb part. It's foundation. Well, I'm gonna still attempt to move past this part of the conversation because I think we spent a lot of time on it. But I half agree with you and I half don't, AJ, because I also, again, I think it's I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on because this conversation. I'm gonna move on only because this conversation in itself is just, we'll be stuck on it the rest of the night if I don't deliberately move past it. And it's true. AJ did ask me how aggro he could get, and I gave him full license. So no problem. I fully invited people to come share their opinions on this movie. So
absolutely,
there's no problem with that.
I know we're winding down, but I do want to pose the question.
Oh, we're running down. I got so much more to talk about.
That's fine with me. That's fine with me. I love it.
But if you're saying we should wind down, that is
I don't think we should wind down. I don't. I thought you were ready to.
I was like, does Connor not realize Taylor's nowhere near winding down? I'm he's glad. He's like glad. Just getting started.
This made me so much happier because I still have this.
I haven't even opened Nosferatu 2.
Okay, perfect. I'm fine with that. Let's not wind down. Can I pose a question? I know you have notes, but I want to pose a question.
Go on.
Tell me why. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should pose this question for the end.
Do you think?
So let's go through your notes.
Do you think you'll
question for the end?
Do you think you'll remember it by the end?
I'll remember.
Okay. Something I want. I'm not like going note by note. I took a lot of notes when I rewatched it just so I could like try to put my thoughts down to pen to paper, so to speak. But I do have a couple things. I'll ask you this. Let me ask you a question, Mister. And I do want to talk about the tongue on the vinyl because I think it's one of the best slasher kills.
I love it.
And I want to talk about new dating for all tastes and ages. Sexfind.pro, our new sponsor.
How did this happen?
Hey, producer Matt, can you take care of that? Our sponsor's going off in the chat. New dating for they are so ready. They're so juiced. Holy shit.
Real quick. I've drank a lot of these.
You gotta pee?
Yeah.
Damn, I gotta pee too. What if we both went pee and nothing happened for like a minute? No, you go first.
Can we ask our viewers? Can you guys stay?
No, let's take.
I'll do what happened last time. I'll pop in while you're gone.
We'll take shifts.
Yeah,
we'll take shift. Okay.
All right, you go first, King.
Okay,
you go first, and then Matt and I.
How long have you been holding yours?
Not that. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Connor, you're the one who's been pounding these. He's been sipping on the same one for a bit.
All right. I'll be back.
I'm good. I could theoretically hold. You go.
I'll be back.
Anyway, how we doing, Ghouls and Calvins in the chat? What's going on, Matt? Let me ask you, since you're on the screen now, what is there anything so far with Halloween Ends that's on your mind that we haven't covered so far?
Because I've basically interjected any part I've felt. It's like, hold on.
Why didn't any of the characters smell Michael before seeing?
That's a very good point.
He's so stealthy that he's even able to conceal his very smell. And there's something about Michael in the sewers. This is what I was going to ask Connor before he left that I want to talk about, because it is. I watched the movie again, and it still is puzzling me and it's haunting me, and I can't get over something that happens in the sewer scene because the movie doesn't. And again, maybe this is one of those things that was left on the cutting room floor. Didn't make it in the final cut. I don't know. But there's something, I mentioned it to you, Matt. I don't know if you know where I'm going with this, but there's something in that sewer sequence that doesn't get brought up the rest of the movie. And I just thought the implications of it are really crazy. I'm going to wait for Connor to get back before I bring it up. Somebody did mention also the score for this movie. I fucking love the score.
On the I got halfway through a rewatch. So on the halfway rewatch, I actually did like the score better. Because that was, at first I thought I was lacking, but I think that was just more so than me trying to accept what the movie is. Like I said it in my review. I thought this was great ideas. I just thought it was poor execution. And I'm staying by that.
Sure.
I mean,
I think that's fair.
That's just how I feel about it. I still don't love kills, but I like it enough. I like kills more than this.
Yeah.
But it's just become one of those things where it's like, to me, I guess for me, when it comes to watching Halloween films, I'm just gonna watch Halloween and Halloween 2018. And that's it.
And Halloween Resurrection.
No. I have never watched anything besides the original two and this latest trilogy. That's all I've watched on purpose because
there's other ones in between that I would say are worth watching.
I've seen bits and pieces of like 5 through 6 or whatever when it's on AMC nonstop in October because of people at work put it on TV.
I think 2, 3, and 4 are all pretty good. Like I would unironically recommend 2, 3, and 4 to you. Okay, I'm gonna go take my bathroom break now, and then the thing I had a stinger of what I was going to talk about.
Did you want to talk about the tongue on the vinyl? I might talk about that.
Go right ahead, because that was one. I love the kills. I love the kills. That was one of the coolest things to me.
I'm glad my mom liked this too, because I'm sure like if we saw this in the theater together. So let me give you a little background. Me and my mom would see a lot of horror movies in the theater. Every Sunday, that was our thing. We would see a movie. A lot of the time, it was horror. And, we would get scared and, kind of get giddy during, like, really gross scenes and stuff. And I felt like that even at home with my fiance watching this scene. Because it was, like, to the point where, like, I was like, oh, they can't keep one-upping themselves. And then just seeing how mangled the jaw was too. Yes. When he pulled his head back up from bashing his head in, we were both like, "Oh, what?" We were like, "Oh, that is so gross." And then the record just spinning around with the tongue and skipping. We were,
and then the cut to Allison listening to the radio station.
Yes,
I was like,
so gross. That was one of my favorite kills recently in a horror movie. I thought it was so just like over the top, but I loved it. It because at the end of the day, when I'm watching these movies, that's all I want. I want to be shocked.
Well, and see, that's the thing. When you were talking about, oh, he didn't really use any effort. I'm like, bro, I wouldn't say that because like that blowtorch situation and the running the chick over with the fence, and we didn't see how the first person died, but I was all for it.
Horrific, fantastic, and kind of. Yes, absolutely. It was humorous because it was so shocking that it was you couldn't help but laugh. Like, oh my God, is this happening?
Nosferatu 2. I think that's what Robert Eggers should call his movie, Nosferatu 2.
So Taylor, what's this question you wanted to pose?
Okay, I was building this up while you went to the bathroom. It was my big stinger for what was Taylor going to bring up. There's something in the movie that's driving me crazy because it doesn't come up any other time, and the implications of it are so wild to me. I got to know whether you had the same thought. When Corey lures the cop, that ugly fucking cop down.
I knew this is where you were going.
Oh yeah, fuck.
And And they have the big kill scene right before Michael attacks the cop. The cop's looking around and he sees Michael's face embedded in the concrete down there. What was that all about?
But he doesn't do anything.
Well, it's just like the implications of that feel so weird and supernatural. There's nothing ever even remotely close to it again. That why would Michael's face or his mask's face be embedded in the rock underground sewer? Nerd Chronic in the chat. What's going on, buddy? Thanks for tuning in. Also saying the face. Perhaps he had the same thought. When that happened when I was watching it the first time, I went, oh, this is where it's going to get really weird. And then we just never really got back there.
And that makes me think they had a whole nother string of movies planned. And they were just like, we want to keep this in here. If, people love this movie, maybe we'll give you another chance. But people fucking hate this movie. Through and through, people hate this movie. But I think they wanted to keep that in just in case because
it's got a little weird sometimes. We're just feeling a little weird that day.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they could. I would have fucking loved it if they got more into that because that was fucking weird.
Again, because I was, that's about halfway through, maybe a little less than halfway through the movie. And yeah, by the way, shout out to Video Drew, friend of the show, 2-time guest on this one. Showed up for Season of the Witch last year, matter of fact, to talk about it with our man Davis right here.
How did this cop pull Laurie? Because she is an ugly asshole.
You mean Allison?
All right, sorry. Okay. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Allison is what? Probably
she's 22 in this. She's got to be 21, 22 in this movie because she's in high school.
How old is that fucking cop? 36?
Exactly. He looks like he's 40.
It's definitely, and I agree. It's definitely a conscious choice to imply that Allison had a romantic thing with a much older guy. It's not like,
yeah. Okay. Now that you're mentioning it, that does make sense.
They definitely made a choice with that again, right? While I was talking about the romance with Corey, I was like, I feel like there's something there to say, she's been trying to find attachment in somebody, and she got in maybe this sort of emotionally manipulative, maybe problematic. I'm reading into this entirely, but this sort of emotionally manipulative relationship because maybe she was just looking for somebody to go to after her entire life got dismantled, her parents got killed, and she lives with her crazy grandma. And the guy who killed her parents is who knows where he is, and she lives in this awful, awful town. I saw people getting upset too with how quickly Allison turns on Haddonfield, and I think for me, the problem with that is it's very implied and we don't see much of it. I think you're just supposed to accept that in the 3-4 year time jump, she's been getting increasingly fed up with this town. And I can buy that because it looks pretty terrible. Everybody's awful to each other.
At the same time, her entire family basically died there. You expect her to be happy living there, and the constant reminder, hey, my family was murdered by this random fucking killer.
She has that scene with Corey in the diner too, where I feel like it's said the cop was a Mulaney, the same family that bullied Lonnie in the flashback and kills. Oh wow, I didn't even put that together.
Wow, I didn't even fucking piece that together.
The same family that bullied Lonnie in the flashback. So okay, there's even that weird history to it as well because she was the last normal night of her life. She was in a relationship with Lonnie's kid.
Yeah.
Get your ass out of there, Lonnie.
Also, I love Lonnie. I love that actor. If you've seen Midnight Club or Midnight Mass or anything he's been in, he's been a wonderful character that just pops up and just delivers beautiful monologues. I just had to say that.
They're just terrific at casting in these.
What is that actor's name?
I don't know.
Which actor are you looking for? I got it.
Lonnie in Kills. Also, Art Wishwood Allison was all messed up after Kills. I agree. And Davis also asked, have we talked about the cutting? Do you mean the Season of the Witch ending?
Robert Longstreet.
Yeah.
Yes. If you're familiar with his work, he's in a lot of who does the Haunting in Hill House?
Flanagan.
Mike Flanagan. He loves this actor. He's in all of his stuff, and he just pops up and delivers beautiful monologues, and I love that actor. Just had to say that. If you haven't seen Midnight Club, watch it. beautiful. Another Flanagan masterpiece.
We are on spiked apple cider number 3.
Oh, Matt's getting nasty in the background too. Okay. Davis had asked, let's see. Okay. Spoiler given. Oh God. Given the that's dangerous, my friend. That's really drunk right there. That spiked apple cider. Be careful.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 5 or 6.
I'm
Hard
sober,
Mountain Dew.
dude. I'm just
saying that's the drink that
I'm sober, brother.
that's the drink that killed Really Drunk. That was
Yeah.
a one and done podcast based off of the spiked apple.
Yeah, that'll never happen again.
what did you guys spike it with? I got a
Fireball.
Fireball.
No. This is with caramel vodka.
Okay, maybe that's
Yeah.
Fireball.
Got us.
Yeah. Given the reported alternate ending, I think the mask in the sewer might have been a remnant of a more supernatural cut in the movie. That's all I can think to explain it, because
That's the only thing I can think of.
It's so weird, and again, there's just nothing even close to it for the rest of the movie. Nerd Chronic, I legit thought Michael carved the face in the wall so he can stare at a makeshift reflection of himself. That's it. Okay, but that's actually kind of a fascinating take on it. I don't hate that. The movie doesn't.
I like that.
Yeah, the movie
because he doesn't have the window to stare through anymore.
Right. That was the big.
Oh my God, this makes more sense, because at the end of Kills, isn't he looking out the window and you see
at his reflection? Yeah,
staring at the reflection of himself.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, he's in the sewer now, and he's still looking at the reflection of himself.
Trying to look into the face of pure evil.
Yes,
his own black eyes.
And that's when, and then Corey wanders into the sewer, and then he's looking into another face of evil.
Right. That's what I was wondering earlier too with Michael, was does he maybe he sees his reflection in Corey's eyes, or he just sees himself in Corey,
I think it's mutual. I think they each see a reflection of themselves in each other's eyes, and it's like a transfer of evil.
So I actually have it pulled up to the. I want to know, how does he not? Because I'm looking at this right now. How does he not see Michael right there in the corner when he's got the flashlight of the Michael is clearly
because he doesn't have his glasses. They broke my glasses. You can't see.
I'm not talking about Corey. I'm talking about the cop.
Oh, the cop. I don't know. A cab even in Haddonfield.
Yeah, a cab. Also, when are the cops ever competent?
Well, that's true. We do know, established canon in Haddonfield, the cops fucking suck.
The cops are fucking idiots.
Except for one of them.
That's in any town. That's in any town. The cops are fucking idiots.
Yeah.
A cop pulled me over, looked at. I didn't have this beard, mind you.
Okay.
Mind you, I didn't have this beard.
You didn't have the Duck Dynasty beard?
No, I did not. Okay, fuck you. No, I didn't.
Love you guys.
He asked me, and I'm with Olivia.
ACAB stands for Allison's boyfriend.
A cop pulls me over, and he said I didn't use my turn signal. I used my turn signal to turn in my driveway. So one, fuck you, you're lying. He asked me if I have hand grenades in my Hyundai.
How did he know you did? How did he know that?
I didn't have hand grenades.
Everybody knows you have hand grenades in your Hyundai.
Someone in a Hyundai and asked if they have hand grenades. It's a Hyundai Sonata, and you think I have hand grenades?
Isn't that the name of your mixtape, Hand Grenades in My Hyundai?
Yes. Where would I get hand grenades?
Wait, what?
Why would I? If I have hand grenades, why would I be driving a Hyundai?
Wait, that is a tremendous question. Okay, do you have any weapons in the car? That's a pretty standard checklist question. Hand grenade is oddly specific.
That is exactly what happened. He said, "Do you have any weapons that I should know about in the car?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "No handguns, no hand grenades." And I was like, what? No.
Welcome to every time a black man is pulled over, minus the hand grenades.
And he was why did you hesitate? I was like, because that's a stupid fucking question. I legitimately said that to him. I said, that is a stupid fucking question. Look at me. Do you think I have hand grenades?
The only way that makes sense is if that guy did pull over somebody with hand grenades, and now he's like, I gotta ask everybody.
I have to ask everybody. Which I thought about. I was like, they must have pulled someone over with like a trunk full of hand grenades, and now they have to ask everybody.
He's like, look, I gotta ask, right? Like, if I don't ask and you got them, I'm gonna really.
Like, why are you so nervous? And I was like, I have 3 cops around me, and you guys have your hands on your guns, and you're asking me if I have hand grenades.
Yeah, you've set the stakes that you think I have grenades.
I'm trying to look at the apartment I just rented. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. I had my turn signal on. I really did. So I don't know why you guys are pulling me over.
Yeah,
I don't have hand grenades. But
we got a couple reports. There's a grenadier running around
in
town
a Hyundai Sonata.
Like Connor, when they couldn't smell the weed on you, they had to come up with something.
That's true. Yeah, I couldn't. Your license plate light is out. Do you have any hand grenades?
That's happened. Your license plate light is out. Why were you scoping out this area? I dropped a friend off. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
that's happened to me before.
I've gotten the license plate light before. That's an old classic.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got on that tangent. I know you have more notes.
Well, look, this is really scared, baby. If we don't hit the 3-hour mark, did we even come back at all? If we don't hit the 3-hour mark, we should just delete the episode. Look, so something we've danced around a little bit are the actual kills in this, and I've still not quite established that my favorite sequence in the movie, probably on rewatch, is when Corey and Michael go to the doctor's house, which is funny to say. Corey and Michael go to the doctor's house, the little tag team. So I love, first of all, it's maybe the most slasher sequence in the movie. To me, it feels very like 80s slasher sequence where it gets to be a little messier than Halloween typically is, and the way that we talked about it, Scream, where Ghostface is fucking tripping over tables and shit, and he's making a mess of himself. Michael's a superhero, right? He's just walking through the wall, and he's hulked out, and he's unstoppable. But Corey is so messy, and he's learning this. First of all, the corkscrew to the throat is great, and it's visceral, and it's upsetting. The semen team in the chat. Get him out of here. Get his ass out of here. Subscribe on twitch.tv/WhatRoulette.
If you want that beautiful emoji, that emote, you just subscribe, or watch for an hour, and you'll get enough reels to unlock that emote.
And you can go post that in anyone's chat once you have it. You don't just
absolutely
post it here. You could take that to Ninja's chat.
You can send my face with a gold chain and a cowboy hat and some pit vipers in anybody's chat.
You go watch Hassan Piker. You can put that in his chat. You can do whatever you want with that.
Someone please do that.
You can take it wherever you want. I love the sequence at the doctor's house because we were starting to touch on this earlier. We see Corey try to be Michael in his dopey little scarecrow mask. And it's great because it does feel like, to me, it feels and looks like some miscellaneous slasher from the 80s. Right. Yeah. It's a movie. It feels like a movie trying to be Halloween. It feels like a movie trying to be Friday the 13th. And that's what Corey is anyway. And then, but you touched on it. When it comes down to it, he can't seal the deal. He tries to get in the house to kill the lady, gets his hand shut in the door, gets locked outside. And unbeknownst to us, Michael's not only there, he's just sitting in the closet waiting because he's like, look, Corey, you've got it all wrong. The key is, you gotta sneak in here and you gotta hide in this closet, and they're just gonna run right past, and then boom, he comes out. It's like, let me show you how it's done. And it's like an exhibit at the zoo. Corey's just gotta watch on the glass, and he makes
artwork on top of artwork.
Yeah, and it's the classic kill, right? That's straight up Carpenter skewering her to the wall with a knife, and you have this great shot where Michael steps back and because that's something I've always loved about Halloween is this weird tendency of Michael to stage the bodies. There's weird artistry in it. And you don't get as much of that in this one. It's definitely an 18 and in kills. Mm-hmm. But you have I love the shot where he steps back and looks at what he's done, because he just looks
when he stabs her to the painting. Yeah. And then steps back. Yeah.
And he's like, first of all, it's like, I'm back. I'm thinking I'm back.
Doesn't he look to Corey with his hand, like him pulling his hand out finally?
Yeah, because Corey's doing this weird thing where he's got his like wound on the window, and he's like
Yeah.
taking in the murder energy. He's like, "Fuck,
Yeah, you see him
I
pull
love
his
this."
hand out. And I think in that moment, Michael is like, "You're not the guy I thought you were."
I don't know if this kid can hang.
I don't think he can hang. Like, he's not really into it. He's not really into the artistry of what I'm doing here. He's kind of a bitch.
He's like, it's a mess out there. That dude's got a bag on his head. Like,
yeah, like
this,
I thought about that too, because he keeps like unwrapping his hand and then looking at it and then like wrapping it and then like just unwrapping it more like with each kill. And I was like, there's something up with this. And then it got to that point, and I was like, he's not Michael. And then Michael realizes like, this is not the guy to, take up my mantle.
He's like, yeah, this generation just doesn't get it. Like we really had to work for this shit back in the 70s. You think you could just roll up night 2 and do what I'm doing? Like you couldn't even get in the house.
I'm fucking driving a regular old kitchen knife into a body and hanging them up on a wall in front of a painting.
Look at you banging on the door trying to get in. I'm already in here. I've been here all day.
What are you doing?
I've been here all day waiting for this to happen. And look at me.
What are you doing?
Davis says, I'm upset that Michael doesn't dress up as a spooky ghost more often, get the people what they want. He doesn't dress up like a spooky ghost, but something I've admired, and it makes sense that David Gordon Green and Danny McBride would get this, is that what I was saying, that weird dark humor that follows Michael Myers around that doesn't exist in like a Jason. I was going to say, or a Freddy, but it does exist in a different way in Freddy, obviously, because he's like a slapstick vaudevillain guy, but
or a Scream, ghost tripping over himself and all this stuff. So
there's this weird childlike duality to him where he is incomprehensible evil and death, but he kind of has he kind of has some fun with it. Like it like 18, he makes the jack-o'-lantern out of that guy's head.
Okay, I get what you're saying. You're saying like it doesn't exist in Friday the 13th. But it is comparable to Freddy and Ghostface.
Yeah, okay. and I think later sequels in the original run of movies kind of forgot about that. And you know what I mean? Like I feel like they forgot about the weird funniness that Carpenter put into that character.
Yeah.
Whereas in these new ones, it is there. And in Halloween Kills, it's all over the place. He puts the Halloween mask on the people before he strings them up. The Big John, Little John, he stages them as like lovers. Like he leaves that stuff for somebody to find. Yeah, Corey didn't have Michael's sense of humor. Corey was too serious. He made it all about himself.
Michael was funny.
Corey's like, I'm going to get revenge on the world that made me this way. And Michael's like, I'm just going to, I don't know. Who's this doctor?
I'm going to have fun. I'm going to dress up as a spooky ghost.
Yeah, I don't know. These tender lovers, I'm going to gouge their eyes out and then stage it as a loving and embrace.
You know what? I'm not even going to kill this woman holding a gun to me. I'm gonna kick open this door. It's gonna shoot herself. Fuck it.
yeah.
Like Michael is inherently funny. Not only is he inherently evil, he's inherently funny. That's a funny man there.
He's got good bits.
Good bits. Very good bits.
Good bits. He commits to the bit. And Corey ain't got any bits. He's too darkly serious. Yeah, no, and I saw Davis's comment. I agree. A lot of the humor does come from like, hey, let's cut to this weird Haddonfielder and see what he's going to say for a few minutes before Michael shows up. But I do think there's a lot of humor to what Michael does that earlier movies did not carry on from what Carpenter was doing. Even though Michael was such an incomprehensible evil, I think that there's a weird wrinkle there that I'm glad that they sought to explore further and keep going. It's not as present in this with Michael, but I do agree there's a lot of weird dark humor in it. We're talking about kills. I don't know. Did you guys fully exhaust the Willie the Kid talk while I was gone?
Willie the Kid.
The radio DJ?
Oh, we really talked about
we went into it. I do want to say that I'm glad they like brought back the dark humor, because one thing I loved about H2, which I love, is again the opening sequence where they're driving Michael's body to the morgue and they're having this disgusting conversation, and you're like, oh my god, I can't wait for these people to die.
Yeah.
And then they ultimately get in a gruesome crash. And then he's like taking all this time to try to put his jaw back into place. And it's so gross, but it's so funny. And then he ultimately dies. So I love the dark humor that ends actually brought back. Because I think that's something H2 and Rob Zombie kind of understood about Halloween is the dark humor, which I appreciated.
Yeah, I agree. It's very fortunate that a director and a writer who get comedy and come from that world handled Halloween, because we've talked about it.
We've talked about it so much. Like these comedy like legends, like you've got to call, Danny McBride a comedy legend. He's great. Eastbound and Down is so funny, and it's dark humor.
By the way,
interesting how people coming from comedy can do horror really well.
Yeah.
And people going from horror to comedy do it really well. It's such an interesting dynamic.
I had read, by the way, that Danny McBride, I'm honestly really surprised this never happened, but he wanted to have a cameo in this movie as somebody that gets killed by Michael.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised. I wonder who it was that, I wonder if they filmed that. It seemed like they didn't, from what I was reading.
I would imagine they would have, because they filmed, I think, in the same locations that they were filming Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, really?
That is correct. These filmed in the Carolinas,
directed.
just like Righteous Gemstones. You're correct, Connor.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently he wanted to show up in it. So I wonder, was it an editing thing? Was it a studio thing? Was
I'm
it
sure
a
it was
Gordon Green thing? Like
it was
maybe
an editing thing, which, in the ends, it might end up on a deleted scene if it gets to physical media.
Yeah. I mean, I could see how that would be distracting and maybe disruptive of the flow of the movie.
Yeah,
or something,
because, the biggest star we have in this movie is Jamie Lee Curtis. So if someone like Danny McBride shows up, people are going to be kind of taken aback. Like, oh, that's Danny McBride.
Yeah.
So I think that's ultimately, I'm sure he filmed the scene, and it might show up as like a deleted scene on physical media sometime. But yeah, I can see why maybe they didn't include it in any of the final cuts.
Yeah. You mentioned it too, and we haven't really talked about it much, at the 2 hours, 32-minute mark here. We haven't really talked about performances specifically. And I would love to take a few minutes to do that. We have talked about Jamie Lee Curtis, obviously legend, queen, icon.
Legend. And I love her press appearances.
Yeah, she's another one like Carpenter. I love that she gets.
I love her. Like, I love seeing her in this light where she's like, I don't give a fuck. It's like you're gonna have to catch me dead before I show up in another Halloween movie.
I mean, the woman is pushing 70, if not already there.
But she's so funny. She's so funny. I love her.
She's awesome. And again, to get to see her do a little something different.
She's only 63.
Only 63. Well, she
looks great for her age.
She looks fantastic. She's great. I think she's having a lot of fun in this.
Yeah.
Somebody who I think is kind of an unsung hero of all these movies, considering how much screen time she gets, is Andi Matichak.
Mm-hmm.
She gets a lot.
She's a gem.
I think she's terrific.
Yeah.
And I think there's we keep talking about theoretical versions of this. I think there's a version of this trilogy or this movie where Allison becomes the killer. Like, I think she could have played that. I remember coming out of 18's movie, which the final shot of is her like this white knuckle grip on that bloody knife. I remember like going home and thinking like, what did that mean? What were they saying with that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that where they're going to go? Is Allison next up? But I do think Allison is another one where it's like she, despite everything that happens to her, she makes the conscious choice to be bigger than it and better than it. She's tempted by it, by Corey. We're going to burn this town down and ride into the sunset, sister. But, there's inherent good in her that stops her from ever quite getting there. That actress is great. And I can't believe I had to look this up on IMDb just to be sure. I was like, I don't think I've seen her in anything else. And I haven't. There's really not a lot else. This has been her
She's just
career.
basically been Halloween. Yes.
This has been taking it up. So I really hope coming out of this, now that it's done, I really hope to see her in more interesting projects, because I think she's fucking great in all three of these, and
I think she's great in all three.
She's asked to do a lot, and whether that means she becomes like a very horror-centric actress or she branches out to other stuff, either way, like I hope she gets interesting work coming out of this, because I think she is asked to do a lot, and she hits the mark every single time in all three of these movies. She's great. And look, however you feel about it, Rowan Campbell, a guy I'm not familiar with at all before this movie, her holding the knife in 2018, the way she stabs Michael and kills. Right. I think I thought there's a version of this where Allison is doing it.
Where Allison, yeah.
And I guess this was a way to do it where she gets walked up to the edge, and then, you know, somebody still gets to come back from this with with innate good in them, like Laurie has. Yeah, but I definitely wondered if there was a version of this where she was the one who became the next shape. So she's great. And then look, Rowan Campbell, who plays Corey, whether you like that character,
he was great.
He does a great job.
He was pretty good.
Yeah,
but
something
I gotta say, he looks like a young Richard Kind to me, and I had to think about the entire movie if that was his dad.
Oh, I can kind of see that.
Yeah.
When I first saw him, when he was the babysitter, and I didn't know he was going to be like the main character, I was like, this feels like something Griffin Newman would have auditioned for. Looks a lot like him. There's like, this is a Griffin Newman type, but I don't think Griffin would have won.
Yeah, it could have been such a stale performance and just a generic kind of role for anybody, but I thought he brought like quite a bit of levity to it, where you know it kept you interested.
Yeah, I agree. I again, you can have issues with that character and how much it dominates the script, but as far as what that script's asking the actor to do, I think he does a terrific job. I think he plays that vulnerability early in the film, where you know you see this as a guy who could go either way. You see this is a guy who could, you know, if things went differently and he got out of this town, and you know maybe he could have done it differently, and then when he makes that conscious choice coming out of the sewers to embrace, you know, the evil that people claim is in him and just to become it, you know, I think he's convincing as it, and he's also convincing as a guy who's trying so hard to embody it, and he can't quite get to Michael. Like he can't quite hit the mark. Barragudo 17 in the chat, who just followed us on Twitch, by the way. Thanks for the follow, Barragudo. And he shows up for learning English. Well, I hope you learn a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Thanks for the follow.
I don't know if you have more notes, but I have something.
Bring it up. I'll always have more notes. And we haven't even talked about the last 20 minutes of this movie.
Absolutely. Which we'll get to. But this is kind of circling around to between kills and ends, where I don't know if you remember this period of like it's during the pandemic, and they said, you know what, like stuff was coming out about ends, and they were like, you know, ends is going to deal with, you know, today's climate and the pandemic, and everybody was like, oh my god, ends is going to deal with, you know, everybody was coming up with their theories. They're like, this is going to be so annoying, like it's going to be Michael just killing people in their homes, and it's going to talk about, you know, COVID and all this stuff. Like, haven't we had enough of that? Like, we don't want to hear about COVID.
Yeah.
But really, like when now in retrospect, yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it.
You're correct.
Yeah.
You're learning English too, buddy. That's okay. By the way, saludos desde Medellin, which means greetings from Medellin, which is in Colombia. So
how the fuck?
Hello, greetings from Ohio, USA. What's going on? That's amazing. You found out.
In retrospect, it's funny to like think about that, and then like realizing what they were talking about was the paranoia of the pandemic, and like the paranoia of the town caused it, like started to kind of infect everybody. And that's really what they were trying to say. I'm
glad you brought that up, because I remember something they kept harping on. Well, like doing really early promo for the film, like before they even really started shooting, it was like, it's going to be a time jump, and we're gonna take the pandemic into consider. Like the pandemic's going to be a thing in this movie. And I remember going like, what do they mean?
I was so annoyed when that came out. I was like, oh.
I was like, what do they mean by that? And I remember coming out of this and also being like, what did they mean by that? Because it doesn't show up in any obvious way. Laurie's never like, you thought that was bad. What about
COVID-19?
Like no one said like, yeah. In Ohio is the scariest thing of all. You're correct. John Carpenter can never come up with something scarier than that. You're correct. Although Wes Craven did, right? Doesn't Nightmare on Elm Street take place in Ohio?
Scream 2 takes place in Ohio.
Nightmare on Elm Street is Ohio.
It is Ohio. You're correct.
But yeah, Ohio. Okay. He's always talking shit about Ohio.
Hey, how could Michael be an anti-masker? He's been wearing one since the 60s, baby. Anyway.
Amen.
Anyway, yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it has anything to do with the pandemic in a very literal way. It's definitely not part of the plot. No one talks about it.
It was definitely like how people reacted.
I think, yeah. I mean, this was present in Halloween Kills, I think, as well, which was, I remember saying was very prescient because it was written and filmed before January 6th, and then somehow seemed to be very in tune with where we were at culturally and how, mass hysteria takes hold and groupthink and mob justice. I was like, wow, this, what we were saying earlier that I was being very reductive of Halloween by saying it's not you can't look at it as a literal like moral compass, but I guess the last one kind of was. It was very insightful into where we were like emotionally and mentally as a country. So I agree. I think
throughout this series, the person I empathize with most was that patient just trying to get back.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think if it was dealing with the pandemic, it was just in sort of a thematic way of, hey, this thing made everybody fucking crazy and brought the absolute worst out of everybody, unfortunately. Davis has justified beef with the state of Ohio. I'm sure you do. Everybody that lives here does as well. It's only getting worse. This place is a hellscape.
The only beef Connor and I do not have with this state is the Cleveland Cavaliers basketball team.
Yeah, and they won tonight.
Yes,
I'm going to the home opener tomorrow.
We got to figure out when we're going to meet tomorrow, sir.
We'll figure it out. I have to watch the Browns lose.
The only beef I don't have with Ohio is Swenson's because I get the salad.
Swenson's?
Do you like that? That was a.
Let me get some potato teasers.
I'm gonna have to leave.
California, please.
That was a two-tier joke.
I may have to leave this now to go get some Swenson's.
That was right next to a Swenson's.
Me too. I better have teasers back in stock. We got 17 minutes to the 3-hour mark.
Is that where we're trying to end?
Well, I just want to, we got to at least cross that line is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because I have one last question, but I want to save it for like right before we're going to end because
we got to get into the end of the movie because I think
we do have to get to the end of the movie, which we have not talked about. And there's a sequence where I literally was like knees to my chin, like.
There's a lot to say about the ending. We've spent a lot of time talking about Corey
the
Cunningham.
meat and potatoes, if you will.
So just like this movie, let's spend the last 15 minutes of the podcast talking about Michael and Laurie. Let's shoehorn in a conversation about Michael and Laurie. So, okay, first of all, we had you have the very odd. I thought from first watching it, the very odd sequence in which Laurie.
Oh, call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me.
Which was very weird to me on first watch because I was like, what? She called the cops and pretended she was committing suicide. It just felt like such a weird, messy sequence. But coming back to it, I was like, okay, so she knew Corey was in the house. She was laying a trap for him. She wanted to call the cops, but like not alert him to why she was calling the cops.
Yeah, I thought she was like trying not to leave Allison with the trauma of that and wanted the cops to come first and get her. That's how I viewed it.
Which, by the way, they show up way too late, and
they show up way too fucking late.
In typical fashion of real life and and slashers.
Allison beats them to the house after getting the call.
Yeah, she calls the cops, incapacitates Corey, has a conversation with Allison, who leaves, turns around, drives back. They team up and kill Michael, and then the cops show up.
You're forgetting
and Haddonfield.
The cops call Allison. The cops call Allison.
They call Allison. They're like, "Do you have any hand grenades in your car?" No. Okay. They go into Laurie's house. It's very common in these slasher movies. The cops show up too late. It's also probably, relative to real life. But I love this. I love this moment because this is what we were saying earlier. It's like when it comes down to it, Corey takes Michael's mask and he says, "I'm going to be the guy now." He has this big showdown at the junkyard, blow torches a kid. That's incredible. And then goes to Laurie's. He's like, "I'm going to, he doesn't say this, but you can only assume he's going to do the thing that Michael never could. He's like, "I'm going to finish the job against Laurie Strode," even though it was never really about Laurie Strode for Michael. So he goes there, and Laurie knows he's there before he even gets up the stairs. Allison really might have hand grenades in the car. It's true. And I don't doubt Laurie probably has them in the basement somewhere or something. But Corey's in the house, and Laurie knows he's there before he even gets to the top of the stairs, which I think is kind of awesome. It totally speaks to the fact that he's this weird poser, dipshit loser.
Yeah, like, you hear the gunshot and you hear the explosion of the pumpkin. Yeah. When I heard it, I was like, "Oh, that's a pumpkin."
Well, they linger on the jack-o'-lantern for a minute to make you think, "Oh, she's gonna use a pumpkin."
When you hear it, it sounds like a pumpkin just being smashed, and you're like, "Okay." And he doesn't even register it. He's like,
I love her line though. "You really think I'd fucking kill myself?"
Yeah.
Like, I love that.
But I kill myself, dumbass. Like, you really, I love how theatrical. I mean, it's really just for us, the audience. But she's like, oh, she's like so theatrical about it and so sad. She even goes to the effort of like taking the hit of whiskey or scotch or whatever it is. "You really thought I'd kill myself, you dumb bitch." Like,
I think. Yes, that could just be for the audience, but I think she's like thinking like, "Oh, if this is," I don't know if she really thought it was Corey or Michael, but I think she thought, whoever this is, like, they're watching.
She doesn't seem surprised.
Every time she looks out the window, she sees Michael.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she was thinking, "Oh, I have to put on a show make him think this is actually happening."
And that's
when
where
he walks into the door, walks in and walks up, he's going to expect me to be dead.
And I think that's where we see real Laurie. Like I was talking earlier, I think suburbanite grandma Laurie, it's an ideal, but it's also a bit of a facade.
Yeah.
And deep down, she really is waiting for this to come to a head because she knows it will. There's no way.
I think the only real Laurie we saw was in the grocery store.
Yes, I think that's really her, and I think we finally get to see her at the end as well.
At the end, yeah.
But in this moment, we do see what we know is still within her. This survivalist. Yeah. This killer. This potential
I'm
killer.
Gonna stand in front of this window. I'm gonna take a shot of whiskey. I'm gonna hold a gun to my head and make it look like I'm about to kill myself.
And she doesn't seem surprised at all that it's like when she shoots him and he falls down the stairs. I think by then she's like, "Well, this isn't Michael." First of all, you're like
easy.
You're 2 feet too short.
Yeah,
it's that Corey pulls the mask off, and I also love that. At first, I was confused by it, but she takes him down there and she like lets him get the knife, and she empties all the rounds in the wall. Which at first I was like, "Why'd she do that?" And then on a rewatch, I was like, "Oh, she's like, let's get down to business." She's like, "I'm not even going to shoot you. If you want to do this, we're going to do this the right way."
Yeah.
She's like, "I don't even take you that seriously. I don't even need bullets. I know if you come for me,
you're not Michael. Like I could fucking kill you like that.
You think I ain't been around this block? You come for me, it's not going to go your way. I'll even let you get that knife and come for me, but it ain't going to go your way."
Like you're not Michael. I burnt Michael alive and he lived.
Yeah.
Like you're not Michael.
Yeah.
I don't need a gun. I don't need fire. Like I'll fucking kill you.
and then Allison comes back, and they sort of set it up throughout the movie. She's got this loud muffler, so when she comes back, Corey instantly knows when he hears her, and he knows the jig's up. He knows there's no shot that they're going to get out of here on the motorbike and continue their like teenage dream anymore. It's over. And that's what I was saying earlier. What I think is so fascinating again is like he does a thing Michael never does, where he makes it so personal. He makes it so emotional. And he there is a part of him that really wanted to take Allison from Laura. Like it stopped being about being in love with Allison, and it started being about taking her from Laurie. He's like embodying the evil that what he thinks Michael's about. Right? Because we know Michael's not infatuated with Laurie. That's not this timeline anymore. But he's buying into the supernatural local legend, the mythology of Michael Myers, and saying, the goal is to hurt Laurie, and attempts to take his own life in an attempt to hurt her forever in a way that he knows he can't anymore. He can't just stab her and be done with it. He's got to take Allison from her, which is so different from what Michael would ever have done. Michael just gets up, and Michael persists. He survives. He's not going to sacrifice his life.
He's way out like a bitch.
Yeah, that's a fair point too.
Yeah.
So he stabs himself in the neck. Allison comes in, and I was like, first of all, I was like, Allison, I know it's been a rough couple of days, but how you not looking at this situation with clear eyes?
Yeah.
He's got a Michael's mask is there. She's like, Grandma killed my boyfriend. I hate my grandma. Like, hey, come on. You had a weird life. Let's pause. Let's try to talk this out.
Let's look at this.
Let's not jump to
stacks here.
Yeah, let's not jump to assumptions here, right? Like, come on. Let's ask a couple questions before we assume the worst of Grandma.
Like, why was Corey here?
Yeah, Corey's here. Why is Michael
in his mechanic suit, and why does he have Michael's mask next to him?
And it's the real article. It's burnt up, covered in rat shit. Like, by the way, how bad must it smell inside that mask?
Oh my God. When was the last time Michael brushed his teeth?
Yeah, I mean, at least not since he got out of the sanitarium again, maybe even before that.
Yeah, it's been 4 years since he brushed his teeth. Come on.
Sweaty Halloween masks smell bad anyway.
Yeah, and he's been bathing in what? Shit water? Come on.
Not bathing at all. Wearing that guy's been wearing that mask for years uninterrupted. That's another consistency, by the way, I noticed. Don't fucking take Mike's mask. He goes off.
Yeah. He goes off.
That happens in all three of these new movies. The first one, it's the doctor. And the second one, it's Karen, it's Laurie's daughter. And in this one, it's Corey. Everybody who ever took Michael's mask off got killed. Well, except for Laurie at the very end of this, obviously. But everybody else did in. Don't touch Mikey's mask. He's very sensitive about that. Doesn't joke about that. And then, you have the moment, like I said, where it feels like they go, and then Michael walked in. And then it's like, let's have the rest of the movie that you folks came to see, I suppose. Let's have them fight one more time.
And I will say this, that fight, I loved the classic allusions to the original fight. That was cool to me.
She gets a sewing needle scar to match. Obviously, classic reference to Carpenter's original. And it's a nice little scuffle. Again, it's like I feel like in the 2018 movie, we got the big showdown that we always wanted. It's much longer, much more intricate. It's got those references as well to the original, but they're like role reverse. Laurie's doing the disappearing and stuff and like hunting him down. So we already kind of got that. So this movie their showdown in this not quite as plotted as that one is. So it's shorter, and I think it's more to the point, but it's got great stuff in it. He gets crucified to the freaking countertop in Grandma's kitchen. He gets ultimately done in by Grandma booby trap, which is her Tupperware exploding in the microwave. If he doesn't turn to look at the Tupperware, he probably wins that fight. But he looks at that microwave and he loses the fight after that. He just gets his shit rocked after the Grandma booby trap, which is kind of nice that Grandma Martha Stewart Laurie ultimately gets, it's not Rambo Laurie, it's Martha Stewart Laurie who gets to defeat Michael at the end, which it shows it was okay for her to move on. Like she shouldn't have been so steadfast in her like revenge fantasy for her whole life. She could have been normal and still pulled this off at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I agree. Nothing at top. Laurie disappearing while Michael looks back in 2018. And that's why I think this movie had to be so atypical, because they made the perfect sequel already. So that's why this one's so weird. They had to find out what else they liked about it. How did you feel about the big final showdown, Connor? It's short.
I liked it. I liked the preceding more, but I liked the final showdown. I thought the him trying to get Laurie's hand into the disposal, I thought that was very stressful, and that's what I was talking about. My knees were to my chin. I was like, they're not gonna fucking do this. Come on.
I thought he was gonna get her. I thought she was gonna end up with the two fingers like him.
Yeah, me too. I did too.
2 digits.
Yeah. And I loved them, driving the knives into his like limbs.
Yeah.
I was like, yes. Yeah, I really liked it.
Him pulling his hand
it does
through the
seem
knife was the selling
tacked
point.
on, but I liked it.
Look, they made it count, and I guess they shot a completely different showdown too at some point, and then reshot. Like they had there was different endings of this. I understand it is just generally true, but I guess they filmed a completely different finale and then changed their mind about it and then did what we got in the movie. So I'm wondering what else they'd ultimately done. Davis, like many Americans, Michael unfortunately fell prey to grinder. That's a good one. You should tweet that. It's a good one. Don't leave that one in the drafts. It's a winner.
Yeah. No.
I like the final moment of like Laurie does take off the mask, and there's just something so cold and like plotting about the way she runs the knife over his throat so slowly.
Slowly.
Just to savor every last second of it, as if she knows finally this is going to be it, and I'm just gonna eat it up.
And I love that. And that's not where it ends. They carry his body out.
Wait, we got to do one. Wait, before we do that, because he's not dead yet. Because, like Matt said, he rips his hand out off the knife, and this is important too. There's 2 things I want to talk about right here. He grabs Laurie, right, and he's choking her. And what happens? We get a montage of everything we've seen this character experience in this timeline of the movie.
Yeah.
Which one is nice because it's a nice little nostalgic reminder of everything you've seen this character go to. But I think back to what we were saying earlier, it's the last time that Laurie is forced, I think, to make the choice, because we see this happen to Corey earlier in the movie. Mm-hmm. They look into each other's eyes and we see their life play out and everything that went wrong in it. Yeah. I think it's the last time that Laurie looks into this, the shape's eyes and says, I'm not going to inhabit you, even if it means I could get away from this. I'm not going to be the one to flip that switch. I won't make the choice. I am going to be good till the very end, even if it ends my life.
So I actually read into that a different way. I read into that as an acceptance for Laurie, because she even screamed, but before that montage even happened, she started screaming, just fucking kill me, this, that, and the other. To me, it was an acceptance that they're going out together. This is just how destiny sees it be fit. That if Michael's gonna die, she's gonna die too.
That's how I viewed it too. I thought that she was like, you know what, if it means saving Allison, it might mean saving the town. Like, if I have to die, so be it. But as long as I'm killing Michael, like, I don't have to live. Like, that's my accomplishment. Like, I can die if Michael dies. That's how I did it.
Yeah, and it could be that too. It could be, as simple as her life flashing before her eyes, before her incoming death. But what happens? This is the other thing I wanted to talk about. Allison comes in with motherfucking Hulk strength and breaks Michael's arm and head. By the way, Andy Matichek, we've praised her performance, but an amazing scream. She is so good at just like these heavy screams where you just feel all the pain leaving this person's body. She's so good at that. And she does that huge scream where again, we've kept talking about, there's a version of this where Allison becomes the killer. And that was Michael Myers-esque strength that she showed when she just she snaps his arm in half, like just in a standing position. Like, I don't know if that's like when moms, like lift a car off of their child, they have like insane strength. She's like, get off my grandma, just smashes his arm in half. The bone comes out. Insane. Allison rocks. And then finally,
and I like that point because I do think there's open-ended stuff here that I think this is the last movie in the Halloween or the Michael Myers Laurie timeline.
I hope so. I love these movies, but I hope so.
But I do have a question, like when we're wrapping up. It's gonna be the final question of the night. But I do have some that ties in with that and the question. Okay.
All right. So Michael dies. She does another cold-hearted move. She goes down the road and not across the street with the knife on my man's wrist, which was also very just like, ooh, so calculating, so decisive, like almost just, not even like emotional, just so weird logical, like this will be the fastest way to kill him, right down the wrist. And then he finally dies. And then the cops show up. And then the guy with the cowboy hat's there. I love that guy. He just shows up in every movie and doesn't do anything. But they always say we got to have the guy with the cowboy hat show up. And he just gets to have a good line in this where they're strapping his dead body to the top of the car. We don't do things that way. And tonight we do. Just fucking.
I love that.
Yeah, let's talk about the last 5 minutes of this movie, which is them strapping Michael's corpse to a car, parading it through town like he's the fucking Pope or something, and then taking him to a junkyard.
It's totally opposite of what happened in Kills. Everybody was like, we're gonna gang up on him, fuck it. But everybody just is following him, making sure he doesn't escape the top of this car, follows him to his final destination, which is coming back. Which we'll talk about, I'm sure.
Big facts.
But yeah, they all follow to his final destination. And what are we going to talk about? What happens in the final moments?
Of course,
he gets thrown into the meat grinder.
Yeah, which is constantly alluded to in the entire first act. It's always prominent in that, building up the characters. You keep seeing that fucking grinder.
Yeah, which is that they do that a lot in this. They make sure to like establish everything you're going to see at the end. They're like Laurie's microwave blows up leftovers, and she's got a fire extinguisher in the closet, and Allison's muffler is loud, and hey, there's this trash compactor at the junkyard. They do establish everything. So there's people will talk about how kind of messy and inconsistent the movie is, but look, it's got a lot of
set up. Everything's set up from the first 20 minutes. Everything is set up.
A lot of setup and payoff. It's neat in that respect for sure. Nothing like shows up randomly. Now I've seen some people make fun of this sequence, maybe for how egregious it is, him going in the meat grinder getting turned into mulch. But I'll say this. I've heard so many people in my years as a horror fan, and I've probably even said this myself, get out of a slasher movie. They did get rid of him like he was a shredder. And he got shredded. So many people will say, oh, that's so stupid. The slasher always comes back. You can't just shoot him. You can't just stab him. You gotta cut all his. Here's what I would do. I would cut all his limbs off and his head off, and I would throw his head in the ocean, and I would burn his I've always heard people, play out that fantasy. This is what I would do.
I mean, Scream makes the thing of the double tap. Always double tap.
Yeah, everybody goes, it's dumb because he's going to come back for the sequel. You got to fucking burn his body. Like, this movie does at least make the point to go, you know what? This is Halloween Ends, motherfucker. This dude is juice at the end of it, okay? We're not going to do that dumb H2O retcon where it was some random guy at the end. right? Because H2O has that great definitive ending too, and then Resurrection is like it was just some random guy that got his head chopped off. This one they pulp him. He gets turned into fucking bloody meaty mulch at the end. There's no way to debate or argue whether he's still alive. He is dead. Halloween has ended, and I gotta just respect that they went that far to establish, like, oh, there's no way in this continuity you get to bring Michael back without doing something really stupid. So it was very egregious and over the top, yes, but like, I think it was. I love to see somebody go there and do it. You know, I'd love to see somebody have the audacity to go, okay, you don't think he's dead? Well, now he's in the meat grinder.
Well, he's fucking dead.
He's meatballs, baby. Now, that all being said, my takeaway on that part is kind of the same thing I had coming out of Kills, where do I think Laurie has finally been allowed to heal and move on? 100%. I think Will Sadler's character has moved on. 100%. Nerd Chronic, yeah, I do respect that this is done. It's a rarity in most slasher films. Like, yeah, this is the first time any Halloween continuity has been allowed to end on the filmmaker's terms. They always just kind of fall apart because they go, oh, these movies suck now. Or like Rob Zombie, you know, was like, I don't want to make these anymore. I got to work for like an insane psychopath to do it. You know, and every continuity just kind of ends when it ends. But this is a very rare moment where a slasher franchise goes, hey, we wrote the ending. We're not going to make more. It's over. So I respect that they had, you know, the ability to do that. Now, I don't think, though, this is not a great ending for Haddonfield, in my opinion. Because let's really unpack what they did. These people took a man's murdered corpse, tied it to the roof of a car, paraded it through the street like some sort of religious artifact for everybody to see, witness, and touch. And then they paraded to the junkyard where they, including children, we saw the great child from the 2018. He got to come back. He's awesome. I love that he's in all. He's amazing. Yeah, I love that they called him back.
I have Nope uploaded on Spin from the Reel, but I don't have it on this. God damn it!
Huh?
That kid. I literally have the clip of the kid going, nope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kid rocks. And I love that he's in all three of these movies. But my point is, they all go to a junkyard and watch a man get turned into bloody mulch. You think they're going to walk away from that and now everybody's normal?
Hunky-dory and fine.
Yeah, no chance. Sorry.
Which poses the question. Okay, so I want to frame this question, and then I'm going to answer it, and I'm going to leave it to you.
They did send out the Facebook invite. It was a party. It was an event. Everybody was there. Everybody's going to have to know.
Everybody was there.
Yeah.
So I want to ask, you know, where does the franchise go from here? So here's my understanding. So, you know, there's been a trilogy, like it's locked in. David Gordon Green is going to direct. At least right now, he signed on for the first Exorcist movie and a planned trilogy.
Right.
He's not signed on to 2 and 3. I think so. Halloween Ends came out that Thursday at 8 p.m. on Peacock and in theaters. Still led to a 40 million weekend. Despite people fucking hating this movie, 40 million weekend.
These movies are never not going to work. You know,
for 15 million, a 40 million weekend, like that's great. I think here's my choice. My understanding. He's only signed on for Exorcist 1. He's going to focus on Exorcist 1. They're going to wait to see what Halloween Ends does, like final run.
Yeah.
I think David Gordon Green comes back, or someone else, and David Gordon Green might, you know, EP it. But I think it comes back and continues the storyline, and they continue what they're setting up and ends.
No.
With all the weird shit.
No.
I'm not saying I don't show up to watch that, but I'm saying no chance for a couple reasons. One is just the unfortunate hard
They killed
logic.
That and this is a wild
Well, they killed
stretch.
Michael.
I don't think it happens. I don't think it happens. But you have to think he's only signed on for Exorcist 1. And
What
they
I'm also
set up
going to
so much in ends.
What you can also say is the studio didn't want to sign him to 2 and 3 because of
the
public
of kills and ends. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Well, also because what I was going to say is Blumhouse relinquishes the rights back to the Akkad family after this too. So I mean, look,
Cobbs have say over what
is that like final?
Yeah, David Gordon Green said as much. Is that this is the last Blumhouse Halloween?
Oh, well, okay. So that changes everything I've said. Where does the franchise go?
Taylor, I know you'll be wax poetic about it. I know I'll be quicker, so I'm going to answer this real quick. So Lego actually had a very good point. 2028, these movies reboot every decade, 88, 98, 2007, 2018. And it would make sense for them to hit a hard, try to do the hard reboot route again with a different horror director for the film's 50th anniversary.
I'm of the same opinion. I think what they'll do, I honestly don't. I just don't think they'll wait that long. Only because
I don't think they wait that long.
Well, 2028 is only 6 years, so keep in mind that's not that long. That gives it time because
I still don't think they wait that long.
Well, I'm not because it's the 50th anniversary is the reason I think they're willing to wait that long.
I think
if it weren't for that.
I think that is 100% reason that they will put out a Halloween in 2028 for sure. And I'm not. By the way,
They make a new trilogy and they put the last one out on the 50th
anniversary.
That would be extremely hard right now.
I'm not suggesting that I want them to put one out again right away. I would love if they took a couple years. I would love if they waited. The fact is, we definitely know there's going to be more Halloween. They will make this franchise will probably outlive all of us, right? Like,
yeah.
And the world of perpetual IP and this and that, they're always going to make.
Yes and no, because you got to remember, in our lifetime, it's going to hit public domain, so it'll no longer be a franchise at that point. It'll just be.
But my point being, is that true? Is this going to become public domain?
Everything becomes public domain after like 75 years or something like that. So we're on year 50. We're approaching 50. We can. It realistically in 25, Taylor, you can be in your 50s and decide you want to make a Halloween 50s or 60s and decide you're going to make a Halloween film.
Yeah, I'm going to do Michael Myers versus Winnie the Pooh. It's going to be awesome. Look, yeah, but my point is they're never going to stop making Halloween movies. They'll take breaks. They're never going to stop. I think as far as the future goes, like I love how weird this got. If it wasn't obvious enough, now that we're past the 3-hour mark. I was able to watch this, not completely dig it at first, reassess it, find stuff to love in it, and at the very least, it's very worthy of conversation. And I think a great subject. Yeah. But win or lose, I think the movie succeeded one way or another. If there's this much to digest and converse about. I would love if they continued to get this weird with it and experiment with it. I would love if they finally realized John Carpenter's original vision for this and started to do stuff that had nothing to do with Michael Myers, and they took another big swing. But the cynic in me says whoever does business with this franchise next, they're going to look at the reception of this, regardless of what the commercial reaction was. Because look, you can't really lose putting out a Halloween movie in October. They're cheap to make, and everybody goes to see it. I think whoever does this next is probably going to do a pretty safe, hard reboot.
That might be true. What I want to see and what I think they should look at, I think the reception is based on 2018. We got a hard sequel to the original, and they wanted to see more Michael. Mm-hmm. We didn't really get that. I think they should look at Prey, what Prey did. Long enough time between each movie, they didn't really look at the other ones. And Prey was a good example of, doing something very different and not relying on something else. Yeah. We're not going to, make a hard sequel. We're going to do something so original. I think they should follow that format. Do something so original don't make it tied to anything.
I agree.
You know, Michael Myers could be someone, you know, in the 40s, 50s, 60s. It doesn't matter. Put him in any time period. Just make it, you know, this inherent evil in any time period.
I think based off of the Halloween Kills
It doesn't even have to
flashbacks,
be Michael Myers.
based off the flashbacks and Halloween Kills, I kind of would love to see them do something set in the 70s or 80s, because I thought when they recreated it and they gave it that grainy
It looked
70s film
gorgeous.
look, it looked fucking awesome. I
Yeah.
was like, oh, it feels so good to see Halloween out. Like, it really did just look awesome. So I wouldn't mind
Like, can you
them doing something
imagine like
that.
a Jack the Ripper type like era, like Halloween movie?
Yeah, I would love to see him do something that bold. I
Like-
think as far as what I think they'll do, I think first of all, I hope
I don't think they'll go that way. I think they should. I think they should look
Yeah.
at Prey.
I
And
agree.
how that-
Even then, Prey waited 4 years. Predator was 2018. So if they're gonna wait at least 4 years at that
2027.
point,
So might as well
well,
wait. till-
it'd be 26, and that's my
2020.
point. You might as well just wait until the 50th,
yeah,
and that's kind of the point I was making.
yeah, point. Yeah,
yeah.
And
Nerd Chronics still get pumped when they flash back to 78 and kills. I agree. It's really cool. I don't usually go for such blatant like nostalgia stuff like that, but I thought it was such a good
hit a
idea.
different way.
And then, yeah, Shay, thank you for tuning in.
yes. Thank you, Mom.
Connie's mommy in the chat. We'd love to see that. Thank you so much for joining. We appreciate you. We are, especially as long as we've gone, and I promise we are winding down here. Yeah, I think, look, as far as what I hope, I think the next Halloween they'll do Michael Myers, because that's what people expect this to be. I think based off everybody's complaints
And
about
you can
this.
do Michael Myers. Just place it in. Don't tie it to Laurie.
Yeah, no Laurie. I don't want to see anybody else.
I don't want to
playing
see Laurie. I want to see, place it in like the 20s, like London, like 1800s London. It doesn't matter. Like, place it in a different time period, a different like area. Doesn't have to be tied to Laurie or Haddonfield. It really doesn't.
What I think is, if we're gonna do another Michael Myers movie, is yes, you do the Prey thing where it's like, hey, what if the Predator just showed up in this? And that's all you have to do. Like, either it's a time period or it's a genre. You go, okay, what if we're doing a heist movie and Michael Myers shows up, right? Like,
Yes.
yes,
yes.
Obviously you got to be a little more creative than that, but like take something that has never existed in Halloween and then Michael Myers shows up, right? What is
Yes.
that? It's a murder mystery and then Michael Myers shows up. It's something
Yes.
like that.
Do a murder mystery where it's like, okay, these killings are happening. What's going on?
so you want it to be Friday the 13th.
It's Michael Myers.
Look, make good on the promise of like Jason Takes Manhattan. It was like you saw what you thought that movie was going to be, and it was going to be awesome. And then they don't deliver on the promise of that movie. But the idea of like, hey, what if Jason just wasn't at the camp and he was at the city? That alone is all it had to be. And you're like, that would have been really cool. You do the same thing. You go, I don't know, Michael Myers goes to LA or something. I don't know.
Michael does not need to be tied to Laurie, and it does not need to be tied to Haddonfield, Indiana. It really doesn't.
Yeah, take an idea and introduce Michael Myers to it, and I bet it'll make it better, which is what they do with Prey. They go, hey, what if we just took the Predator and sent him
And
way
put
back to like early colonial North America,
Yeah.
and low tech, right? And just like brought it back to basics and made it what people love about the first Predator. Yeah, do something like that. Take a movie and add Michael Myers to it, and I bet you can make something we haven't seen before. Michael goes Hawaiian. Thank you very much.
Goes Hawaiian. Who fucking cares? Take the Die Hard formula and take a fucking original script and be like, okay, we could insert, that's what they did for the first 3. Or no, they did that for the first 4. And they just inserted John McClane. Do that with Michael Myers. Just take a script that's, not being produced and be like, oh, we could throw Michael Myers in here. This murder mystery, we could throw Michael Myers in here.
Yeah.
Like, just fucking do that. I don't care. I don't want to see Laurie Strode. I don't want to do a remake. Just throw Michael Myers in literally anything.
Yeah, I in the same way that we've said goodbye to Jamie Lee, like I want to say goodbye to Laurie Strode. They've done the recast before. All respect to Scout Taylor Compton.
Respect to Rob Zombie.
I do. We're Rob Zombie apologists on this show as well. Like those movies.
I love Lords of Salem. I love H2.
But I don't want to see anybody else play this character.
I thought he delivered his reimagining, which was great, and I appreciated. That's all we need. And we've seen this trilogy move on, just do something original.
Well, I'll say this. While I agree with you guys 110%, they're not going to listen to people like us, because at the end of the day, when it comes to this franchise,
they're going to look at what made money and
exactly,
and
Michael what drives the general
audience.
Money. Exactly, what drives the general audience in, and that is always going to be.
But they should look at what.
And Prey I agree. Did. And I agree.
Look at what Prey did. Although it was streaming, they should look at what that did. If Prey was in theaters,
it would have killed.
It would have fucking killed. Look at what Terrifier 2 is doing.
True.
That's made for like 15,000. You get a good movie that horror fans are going to love, and they will show up no matter. People are driving miles and miles to see Terrifier 2. You do something incredible with Michael and something original, they will show up. You just got to do something original and just put your heart into it. Don't look at a money perspective. Nobody making Terrifier 2 was looking at money. I'm sure the people making Prey was not looking at money. They were like, this is what we're going to do. Like, sure, you're going to throw it on streaming, whatever. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Just do that with Michael. Just do it.
Pick up some crime, hard-boiled detective script you got in your locker, and the killer's Michael Myers. And find a different genre, find a different time period, find something, and you add Michael to it. You can have your cake and eat it too, because people will ultimately just come because Michael Myers is on the poster. Yeah. So if you find something compelling to do with that, go for it. In an ideal world, I would want to see them. I would want to see them swing for the fences and do something wacky like Season of the Witch. But
do what 10 Cloverfield Lane does. Okay, okay, we can talk about Cloverfield Paradox, but let's talk about 10 Cloverfield Lane. Okay, you see this alien movie trailer, and you're like, "What the fuck is this?" And at the end, you see 10 Cloverfield. You see 10 in Lane, and then Cloverfield shows up in the title card. And everybody's like, what, a Cloverfield movie? Now do that with Halloween.
Surprise, it's a Halloween.
Yeah, you get like a hard-boiled like detective movie, and you see the trailer. And then the trailer like cuts to the title card, and it's something. And then like Halloween shows up, and then
pumpkins there.
It just cuts to Michael's mask.
But at the same time,
like that would be so fucking cool.
Didn't Saul just do that with Spiral basically though?
And Spiral was amazing, but it was released during the height of the pandemic.
That's not what I was getting at, Connor. I was just being so defensive. I've never seen a Saul movie. Okay. I was just saying, isn't that what they just did with Spiral story-wise is all I was saying. That's all I was getting at.
But no, when Spiral was being released, they were like, this is a Saw movie, but it's separate. Like it's tied, but it's separate.
But again...
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like...
I'm just saying, again, we're talking about general audience. We pay attention to this stuff. General audience does not.
Yeah. People went to fucking see fucking 13 Hours and saw a 10 Cloverfield Lane trailer and was like, holy shit, there's another Cloverfield movie?
All right.
And that movie made so much money.
We're talking about 13 Hours. It's time to wind down. We've gone past the logical endpoint of the show. It's time to find it again. It's time to find it again.
We went from 12 viewers to 5. Fuck it.
They saw. They were like, it ain't getting better than
this.
The
Black Adam review has nearly hit 1,000
Saw X was announced.
Since this
That's
thing
all
started.
I care about. Final Destination's coming back. I'm living my prime.
Yeah, everybody in the chat said, you know what? I don't think we're not going uphill anymore. It's a decline. I think I'm gonna go to bed. And I don't think they're wrong for doing that.
I don't blame them.
Well, look, I'll say this before we finally end the very first Really Scared of the year happening in October.
Can we please come back?
Here's what I'll say. First of all, thank you to everybody who did watch. Whether that
was a good turnout.
No, I do too. I think we had a lot of
live numbers on YouTube, and it was a good turnout.
We had a lot of friends show up in the chat, and I appreciate it. Whether your perception of this movie was in line with ours or different, I just appreciate that you showed up and cared to watch and listen. I do appreciate that very much. Whether it was on YouTube or Twitch, or if you're watching and listening after the fact, especially if you're not listening live and you made it this far in, holy hell, love to you. Love to you. You're the real GOAT. Many thanks to you. You know, we haven't done this show all year. I had a lot of anxiety about bringing it back. I wasn't sure whether anybody was going to give a shit.
We've been texting back and forth, and yeah, it's been stressful.
Yeah, I really didn't know if anybody was going to care, and if I felt that they didn't, I was just going to have to take that with grace and say so be it. But it meant a lot to me that people showed up and chatted about this ridiculous movie, and thankfully we all did find a lot to talk about. It's a lot of fun. I hoped having done this, I would say at the end, you know what? I think I missed this, and
I missed this so much. I had so much fun. I really did.
I can definitely say, coming to the end of this, I did indeed miss doing this show. This was a lot of fun. I love talking horror movies with my brother Connor here. I don't know that there's anybody else who can really, entertain conversation on horror movies with me for 3.5 hours like this guy can. Yeah, it's a fucking meme on this channel that I'm long-winded, but so is this guy. And I don't know that there's many other duos on the planet who would want to talk about this movie for 3.5 hours, even if they did like it. And you could almost have watched this movie twice by now if you wanted to. So thanks everybody who's tuned in. It's true. At Home with English group chat. What's up? Good night, Greg gang. I'll go there after the show for the after party. Thank you for tuning in. This has been awesome. It feels really great to have the show back. And do let us know. Look, if you enjoyed it, holler at us. There's definitely a world in which we do more of these and we bring them back on a regular basis. I'm certainly feeling the urge. I'm feeling the energy. I'm feeling the vibe right now. So look, we'll have to still decide what this show might look like long term, but yeah, I'm convinced as of tonight that it is definitely worth bringing back on a regular basis. So thanks everybody who's tuned in, YouTube, Twitch, appreciate you. If you haven't already, quick plug. Oh, I'm setting up the plugs. We're plugging, baby. We're plugging away. If you haven't, I know we've had a lot of people on YouTube tonight, and that's fucking fantastic. If you haven't already, I would love to ask you to follow us on twitch.tv/WhatReelEnt. Connor and I have been streaming a lot over there, playing games lately. I've been playing horror games all month. Outlast, Pumpkin Jack, some dreams. I'll be doing some more Resident Evil.
Bully back.
Bully's coming back.
I think Monday night I'll probably be bringing it back if nobody's streaming.
Monday Night Bully, we love to hear it.
Well, we got to get back in gold sometime this week, Connor, because it's been
we do. Yeah, we do.
Back in gold.
Maybe a back in gold and Bully night on Monday.
Bully and gold, baby. Yeah, go check us out on Twitch. We've been throwing up
so many shows.
We've been throwing up the archives on Twitch, but it's much better, I think, for us and you if you check us out live in the moment on Twitch. I'll be playing Resident Evil again at the end of the month, more God of War next month. There's a lot of fun stuff coming on our Twitch. And you can, of course, subscribe there. We are officially Twitch affiliates. That goes directly towards supporting our channel, helps us keep the lights on, especially considering, things like StreamYard, Canva, maybe a world where we bring the audio feed back. Your money goes directly towards us and supporting those efforts. And if you got an Amazon Prime and haven't used up your Twitch Prime sub, you get a free subscription on Twitch every single month. That is money that doesn't come out of your pocket, but still goes in ours. It comes out of Jeff Bezos's pocket. Fuck that bald idiot. That bald maniac who will be the downfall of us all. Oh my God! Look who's in the chat. Legend. Alok Mishra.
You've been going for 3.5 hours. Yes, Alok.
Yes, we have Alok.
We have been going for 3.5 hours. We're just about to stop finally. No, he wants to come on. Oh my God.
Okay, yep.
Bring him on.
I'll send him
Bring
the
him
link
on.
right now.
Oh my God. I can't believe how long this episode's going to be. We're truly.
It's fine. Please,
it's fine. It's Alok. It's Alok. I got you. I got
This
you.
is my first weekend where I'm not dreading going back to work.
If Alok wants to come on, we've like fully almost finished. But if Alok wants to come on and tell us how much
goes on, I'm ready to keep going.
He will come on and tell us how much. I know he fucking
look
hated
at
this
our
movie.
viewer count since Alok came on.
It's gone up.
It's rising. It's rising.
Gone up. It's maybe gone up because he's watching now, but it's gone up. But look, okay, I'm gonna take a bathroom break.
Okay, you go, and then I'll go.
Yeah, no, here's exactly what I thought I was like, I know Alok hated this movie. So,
I know. I was talking about this today. I was like, I think Alok hates me because I said I loved We're All Going to the World's Fair, and I loved Halloween Ends.
It would be quite a ride if, after waxing poetic on this movie for 3.5 hours, we had Alok Mishra join us in the last and the final moments of it to tell us how much he hates this movie.
As much as I've bowed down to Alok, two movies just completely ended our friendship.
I'm not going to go to the bathroom because now Matt's not here, and I'm not just going to leave you here by yourself.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening now. Matt's not here.
Oh my God, I can't wait.
I'm assuming he's working in the background to get Alok onto the show.
He's back.
Alok,
honestly, I honestly, oh my God, I've missed Alok.
Alok, I'll pregame you on this. We've been like mostly positive, complimentary, and like really enjoying.
One of you go to the bathroom now. Who needs to pee the most? I'm ready to burst.
It's okay, then it's you. Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay, go off, King. I was just gonna preemptively take a bathroom break before Alok gets on because I know that if there's anybody else in the world who can talk for a very, very long time about horror movies, it's the ultimate legend, Alok Mishra. Alok, if you don't have the link yet, I don't know if Matt already sent it to you. If you don't have the link to this yet, I'll go ahead. Hold on. I can probably get it together real quick here. Let's see. How's everybody doing? We were going to end the show. Oh, his computer almost got unplugged. Okay.
It's sent to him.
Okay. Matt sent you. What, Matt, where did you send Alok the link on? What platform?
Facebook.
Okay, Alok, check your Facebook Messenger. There's a link. You can click it and come out to the show. For any of the fine ghouls and goblins who are still watching, Alok Mishra was our very first guest in our very first episode of the show. So any longstanding fans are surely familiar with him. Terrific guy, great friend, producer of awesome horror film 1BR, streaming on Amazon Prime right now. If you still need to get your scary October movie fix in, he's about to come on here and completely shit on a movie we just spent 3.5 hours discussing and complimenting, because that is the charm. And the
I'm not alone. It's great. I've been holding back.
The great Alok Mishra, a guy who I've had the wonderful opportunity to break bread with on the West Coast.
Yeah, and I will get to that point soon. I'll meet Alok formally in person soon.
I can and I can't believe that this is where the show is.
My Olivia's gonna be so pissed because I promised her I'd watch VHS 99 with her tonight, and that's not gonna happen.
How close do you think we were to hitting end on the show? Maybe 2 minutes?
We were literally like a minute from hitting end. But I mean, can you expect anything other?
Reviews this week from hitting.
It's the return of Really Scared. What do you expect?
We were at the portion where we were plugging our Twitch. Like I was a breath away.
Yeah,
but I can't say no either. I understand. Okay, okay. Now I'm gonna go to the bathroom because
you go to the bathroom.
This show might go on for another hour at this point. So Corey Stunningham will be right back after these messages.
Okay. Now, Alok is the producer of 1BR and that was one of the first movies.
That was the first one. The first.
It was the first movie that we covered on Really Scared, and our first guest on Really Scared. And since then, he's been a great friend to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, Alok Mishra.
What's up, motherfuckers?
It is so wonderful to see your beautiful face.
Well, it's I'll tell you at the end of this interview off camera why it's great to see you guys. But and there's a special reason, to be fair. But I, more importantly, would love to talk about this amazing film that you seem to love so much, and really give you skinny as to why you might be 100% wrong on your opinion. But before we get into that, we're obviously waiting with Taylor, but I will also just really briefly tell you about the film that you seem to other film that we have disagreement on, which is like we're all going to the World's Fair, and frankly, factually, this is the biggest piece of shit I've seen in a long time. And I can't believe this is your fucking favorite movie of the year. And in fact, I swear to God, your stock was like 100%. Your stock went down to 70%. And I was like, well, everyone makes a mistake. Sometimes the emperor has no clothes and you just don't realize it because you're just so wrapped up in some bullshit. And like, well, the filmmaker's trans and the girl's trans, so we got to get the benefit of the doubt. No, here's simply that movie. It's a piece of shit. I can't believe it, first of all, it was a Sundance. Secondly, I can't believe like anyone is like given that movie like a plus 80% rating on like Rotten Tomatoes. I think it was something like that. That baffles me. Like it's literally a political thing where they're just like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying. Well, look. Trans or not trans.
Oh no! What is going on here?
Yeah, nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that.
What sentence did I just walk into?
Essentially, the movie itself. We're talking about we're going to the World's Fair. The movie itself is just not good. If her tearing a teddy bear and being a neon light is like so spooky or whatever, yeah, there's elements of it that are sort of like trance-like, and they put you in a certain state, and when something scary comes up, that's sort of interesting. But that movie is not a great film, and nor, I mean, I'm sorry, without sort of political affiliation or whatever it is, like the different things that are going for it in a political sense, and I don't mean literally political. I mean like correct, a politically correct sense in the universe right now, where people are like, well, we got to include more of this people and that's blah, blah, blah. I love including people. However, if a movie's a piece of shit, it's a piece of shit. I don't care who did it. I don't care if they're black, brown, purple, whatever the fuck, and any sexual orientation. It's just not a good movie. And that movie, the whole thing about the we're going to the World's Fair.
This isn't even the movie we were talking about.
No.
I didn't know about all that. I just love creepypasta, and it reminded me of Channel Zero, and I love Channel Zero, and I loved it.
I mean, I like some episodes of creepypasta and lore and all those things. I mean, when you hear it just like sometimes, well, when you listen to it in the podcast sense, right? And you listen to it in sort of an audioscape thing, and it's whatever. Those are really interesting things. Don't get me wrong, but the main problem with that movie was that like the actual test of we're going to the World's Fair, what they're going through as people for the actual whatever that thing's supposed to be, is never explained. It's never actually really well formed. I'm sorry, 1 second. It's never well formed, and it's just not interesting. And then that girl being the centerpiece, she's great, but the movie itself, not great at all, and not worthy of the praise. That's the main thing that bugged me, was that, okay, A, it's a Sundance movie. B, it's like, everyone's like loving this movie. It's the best thing ever, and it has like 150. No, it's bullshit. And I think the audience review, I think the audience score for it was very low at the end of the day. Sorry, I'm just like dying here. Hold on. Are you hearing the ding every single time it comes on?
No ding.
No ding.
Okay, good. Okay. I'm just my I don't know, my phone, the text message thing is hooking up to it. All right, so I was waiting for you to come back. That's why we were talking about that, Mr. Taylor.
Because it was one of my top 5 favorite movies of the year.
Yeah, but okay.
I liked it too.
Let's come back and refocus on Halloween ends.
Yeah, tell us about you hate Halloween then.
No. Here's the thing. Is it as bad as the last one? The answer is no.
Yeah,
It's
because
not
you
as bad
hated
as it was
Kills.
one.
Last time you
You
came on
hated
here,
Kills.
Connor and I were also like, we liked it a lot, and you're like, I hate it.
I hate it.
I mean, but I mean, look now. Let's look back on it a couple years later, right? The general consensus was it's the worst one. It's a piece of shit, and I was like, look, I'm not going to forgive something just because it's horror. I want horror
Yeah.
to succeed. Look, I'll tell you this, like as an aside, Barbarian, best movie of the year. Have you seen
Great movie.
this?
Yeah, great.
Have you
movie.
seen?
Barbarian is fucking fantastic.
I went in knowing nothing. Sorry, I'm trying to
Same.
grab a beer. I went in knowing nothing to that movie.
I saw
didn't see
the
a
first
single-
trailer and I saw a brief glimpse of Justin Long, and I was like, oh, there is a fucking reason they are not showing him or promoting him and only showing a glimpse of him. I was like, I'm not watching a single fucking trailer beyond this. And I went in
Well, I'll say
completely
this.
blind, and I was like, this is amazing. And when I found
Well,
out the director was from Whitest Kids You Know, I was like, I love this even fucking more. This
Well,
is
you know,
so
he's the guy talking to Justin Long in the club, like, "Hey, bro, be
Yes,
serious with
yeah.
me." Did you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Here's what happened. So my buddy, like my high school friend / college roommate, who did the sound on 1BR, also did the sound on Barbarian. And he was like, "Look, I gotta tell you something." He's like, he's in my face like the guy at the club, like, "Hey, bro, let me just tell you something. This is a movie coming out. It's amazing." I mean, maybe it's partly true. We go to USC games, like football games. We do that with each other, like when we're drinking at the stand. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. But long short, though, is that he told me about this movie this summer, and he's like, "Look, I'm not supposed to tell anybody about this thing, but it's fucking awesome, and I signed non-disclosures, and like, just don't watch any trailers for it." Whatever you do, because it's not what you think. It's just so weird, and that's all I'll say. Just go watch it. And I was like, okay. So I watched it like the first weekend, and I was just like, holy fuck, this is amazing. Like, this is like such a interesting film, and like fucking Justin Long is great in it. Like the Ricky Tikki Tavi song he's singing on the freeway, and like he's like it's just it, and then it's like, I mean, all acts of it are so interesting and so great, and like this is like right now. This is by far my favorite movie of the year in terms of horror movies. Smile had a great marketing campaign, just genius marketing campaign.
Genius.
Yeah, it's all right.
I like.
I mean, whatever. I mean,
I had enough scares with it, so
horror fans are always very forgiving, and I find that's
I don't think they are.
No, they are, because they don't give a shit what Rotten Tomatoes scores are typically, right? They don't.
Yeah.
The people that like thrillers and other things like that, they give a shit what Rotten Tomatoes scores are.
Yeah,
so I'm telling you, like, they're very forgiving of things. I mean, everyone loves the new Hellraiser. It was good. It's not great.
I like the new Hellraiser.
I mean, I liked
it. It was fine.
I liked it. I didn't love it.
I
liked it.
I liked it.
It was good, but go look at the reviews. Like, everyone's like, "Oh, it's the next coming. This genius, and this girl's the Cenobite girl." Da, da, da. And I was like, the Cenobite girl sounds like a Cenobite dude. Go back and watch it again, because I watched it twice, and it sounds like a dude talking. Like, you go back. I promise you. I promise you. You're gonna see. Anyway, let's talk about how Halloween ends.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, tell us about Corey.
That's really funny.
Where'd this come from? I didn't put this in here.
I mean, here's the main problem with this movie, and I'm gonna just tell you honest. Like,
I literally just saw that on Facebook and made a graphic quick as fuck.
That's funny as fuck. You are a genius, my friend. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, sir.
Good to see you,
always
too,
good to
sir.
see your smiling friend. My smiling face, excuse me. So, okay, here's the main problem. Look, if you're gonna try to do something different, like they even make kind of the logo, like Season of the Witch or whatever kind of shit, right?
Uh-huh.
That's like little hidden thing, right? If you're gonna try to do this, let's not make it about the third part of a trilogy. Let's make it a different movie altogether. Let's not put this right here. Let's make it a different movie altogether. When you mix this shit all together, there's a lot of fucking problems. I mean, literally so many fucking problems. And I will tell you some of them. Hold on one second, because I have a list of them.
I knew you would.
Yeah,
I knew you
would. Of
would.
course I do.
I had a list of things I liked.
You
You got a list of things you didn't like.
I really want to go to California and hang out with Alok and
Kick Alok's ass.
No, not even.
I mean,
Not even kick a low ass.
We can have a knife fight in an alley, but I'd rather just like buy him a beer. I mean, that's
I want
the biggest thing.
him to take me out to the best Mexican restaurant and get me drunk, and then take me home, and then be like, "Listen, this is why you're
Love
wrong."
you tenderly.
And then he shows me a notebook of notes, and be like, and then shows me each movie that I've loved that he hated.
Look,
And be like, "This is why you're wrong." That is my dream.
Look. Let's just be fair here. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen. I just think we happen to disagree about 2 movies because usually we agree on like everything. To be fair, right?
True.
So sorry, just like
except Batman. You weren't the biggest fan of Batman, and that's still my number 1 of the year.
The new Batman.
Yes.
The Batman that had like the villain disappeared in the last act, and then like a really fucking boring fucking last act.
That is my favorite movie of all time.
30 minutes long fucking last act that no one give a fuck about. That Batman you're talking about?
I love that.
Sometimes
all right.
I like the Batman. I do like it, but sometimes I put it on to fall asleep.
I can see that.
I can see it's a very comforting. It's a very mellow.
I literally have watched it once, and then I watched it one more time, and as you said, I fucking fell asleep. That's how much it like affected. That's how it was into it. I was like,
I've seen it collectively maybe 2.5 times.
I saw it in theaters 10 times, and I've watched it.
That's insane. I will say that.
Do you have an AMC or a Regal pass, or what do you have?
No, that was
he's a press member.
He's got movie pass.
I got one press screening, Connor. Let's make that. I had one press.
You only get one.
I
press
paid
screen.
to see that 9 times.
I don't know because I don't get the press
wait. Can I ask a question?
I get the press screenings at the last hour.
Why don't you just get the AMC or Regal movie pass and not have to pay 10 times for it? Because that would have paid. I think all the times you paid for it would have paid for your whole subscription for the year.
Yeah,
frankly,
I don't. Well, I have the Cinemark one and Taylor can attest because he's been at the theaters in my area. Cinemark is the best one I can go to. Like
Cinemark, the Cinemark thing, it sucks though, doesn't it? Like, I mean, it doesn't give you very many movies, right?
No, you get one a month, and it rolls over.
20% off snacks, baby.
Yep,
that's the best part. I pay $8 for a medium,
but I don't.
And a large drink.
The thing is, I don't pay for a lot of movies, so I can.
Okay. No, I grant you that. But if you're fucking seeing Batman 10 times, God damn it, I feel like there may be another movie that triggers you like that, and you'll have to see that 10 times. And so I feel like you should just drive to AMC. Is there an AMC nearby or no?
The closest AMC is 20 minutes away, and it's an AMC Classic, aka an old theater they don't want to refurbish. So
okay, got it. Is there a Regal close by?
Yeah, but it's like its seats are like a million miles away from the screens, and the Cinemark's just.
That's great. That's great that it's a million miles away from the screen.
No, I hate that.
Well, then sit in the fucking first row, son. Like, I don't understand that. Look,
this is like really scared hours. You stayed up this late. These are real hours.
All right, sorry. In Hollywood,
Taylor knows which theater I go to. I go to the if it's possible. I go in XD Cinemark, dead center of the theater, top row of the middle section, top row of the second to last row of the middle section. That's what
I mean. Fair enough. Look. I mean, you're going to the fake IMAX, which is the XD.
Because the closest IMAX is an hour away from me.
All right. If it's a real IMAX, it might be worth it. But if it's not a real IMAX, then certainly not worth it. I get that too. Listen. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I got to go back into this Halloween Ends review of this list of things. So I did a thing on my Facebook where I voiced my displeasure in a Joe Bob Briggs last drive-in tradition using his foo. It's always like this foo and that foo, right? Yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
All right. So here we go. Sure, Michael Myers has been living in a sewer for 4 years, foo. How is Michael Myers hardly in the first hour, foo? What is this Lifetime bullshit version of Halloween, foo? The bullies are skinny bitches, foo. What is the psychic link bullshit between Michael Myers and the skinny geek, foo? And then he just kills the geek anyway, foo. Sorry, there's a lot of spoilers.
It's
Oh,
a
we are
spoiler.
Pat-
It's
Okay.
it's
We're
a
4
spoiler,
hours
you're
in.
fine.
We spoiled
All right.
it.
70-year-old woman kitchen wrestling, foo. What is this seeing evil in the eyes bullshit, foo? How did Halloween become an episode of the OC, foo? Who knew Michael Myers would end up like hamburger meat, foo? I wonder, is someone going to grill that Michael Myers meat, become possessed, and then continue his murderous legacy, foo?
That
No,
works.
Michael Myers kung fu in this one. As opposed to the second one. How did they delay this a year? And this was the best they could come up with, bullshit, foo. It kind of does feel like Season of the Witch in certain ways, foo. My friend Jason Goldberg said this first. If they wanted to try something new, why not thread this geek character through the first and second movies in some sort of subtle way, foo? There was kind of there was quite obviously a reason that they aired this day and date on Peacock, because they knew this one, like the last one, was bullshit, and the whole thing was a money grab, foo. Finally, Michael Myers is going to show up in a kabuki mask and murder both of them in the cherry blossom bullshit, foo.
You know what? We
The
did talk
end.
about the future of the franchise. I would love to see a movie called Halloween Loves, which is just Will Sadler and Jamie Lee touring Japan. And that's it. It's directed by Richard Linklater, and that's all it's
Yes.
about.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then every
yeah.
20 years he revisits it, and in the final one, Michael Myers shows up again.
Look, I mean, here's the problem with all of this. They had a year. They delayed this movie a year, right? And they knew what they had. And if they they could have changed it. They could have done different things. Like in the testing process, this movie was shot for I don't know, what was it,
15 mil.
15, 20, I want to say, maybe 20. And then in the prints and ads, it was another probably 40, 30, 40 probably, I'll guess. It's going to make its money back overall in the lifespan of it. It's probably, who knows how many subscriptions it generated for Peacock. However, stupidly, this is not for Universal. It's the company in general is very siloed, for example, and so they're not Universal is not seeing the money from this movie if they get subscriptions. Peacock is, but Peacock, in the overall God's eye view of the company, is going to hopefully be the future of the company. They think, right? So this is not helping the movie going public in certain ways. And if they had just sort of kept it in the theater, it probably would have made another $10 million. I think.
$60 million, probably $15, $20 million.
Yeah, whatever they say more, it probably would have done better for them, and Universal would have kept that fucking money is the main thing. But maybe there's people that I don't know, like the HBO thing they did, bring all the fucking HBO, Warner Brothers movies on HBO was it was such a fucking great thing that Peacock can steal this fucking idea in some small form. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I can just tell you for cinema, this was not helpful in that regard for them, for Universal, and it just wasn't that good a movie at the end of the day. And I see that's why they did what they did, because they knew they weren't maybe going to get everyone to come out to the theaters as much as they thought. It's a money grab. It's a fucking straight up money grab. And look, I want to support horror. Fucking go see Barbarian. That's a fucking great movie in comparison,
Yeah.
But this was just bullshit. And I'm sad because I think a lot of the trust that we had in the director, who's a cool director and stuff. His he's done a lot of comedy before, and edgy comedy, like Observe and Report, whatever. But he's in the Exorcist remake, which puts me in fear a little bit. It puts me in fear just a little bit. I don't know what he's gonna do with it. I hope he does something better than what he did with his last two movies. And the last movie, which he had fucking 4 years to work on practically, I feel like,
I will say with that, I am a little and that is something we said we were going to talk about and then totally forgot to, which was him and The Exorcist. I am a little skeptical about him having an entire trilogy to work with, whereas maybe let's do one. Let's do one really good new Exorcist movie and leave it at that. But I guess to be fair, one of my criticisms of this was I felt like clearly they came up with a really, really solid Halloween sequel in 2018, and then they were like, oh fuck, what else do we have? And that's why this trilogy is sort of inconsistent and has
I told Taylor the
unfinished
best
plot
comparison
threads.
is the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Just in,
You're exactly right. I completely thought of that actually, because the first one was so good, right? And the second one, you're like, really terrible, but not great. Oh, let's see, the third one can turn it around, and it just doesn't turn it around. In fact, in that scenario, the third one's actually, I think, worse than the second one. Frankly, I would tell you. But all the first two great. First one great. Second two not so much. So you were actually dead accurate with that. I was talking to another friend about that. We were talking about the exact same thing. So you are very, very smart, my friend.
I've been busting Taylor's balls all week because he purposely went back and rewatched the original 2018 Kills and just to go back and I got a message from him yesterday. I liked it more, and I'm like, you're me with Star Wars, buddy. Quit trying to find reasons to.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, because I love these. Obviously I'm a horror guy, but I also love Halloween. Like as far as like slasher franchises go, I love this one. I love Halloween probably more than the others, and even like some of the lower points are still nostalgic and fun for me. So like I definitely wanted to reassess the movie, and because I was like a lot of people coming out of this one for the first time. And what is happening with Connor in the chat? I will say, since working at Spectrum, they make us do Discovery, and we offer Peacock, and people want it to see this film. They want to see if it's as bad as their friends say or as good.
It's very true. It's very true. They make it a point. They're like, hey, you've got to ask about what they're watching.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I get into the discovery of like what they're watching. And they're like, yeah, I really want to get Peacock, but I don't know if I want to pay for it. And I have to get into, hey, we offer Peacock. And they're like, really? Like, I really want to see that new Halloween movie. I heard it's on Peacock, and I want to see it. Some of my friends say it's good. Some of my friends say it's bad. I want to see it to see, how I feel about it. I don't really want to pay, $15 to see it. I'd rather,
wait a minute.
For free, I'd rather watch it at home and see if it's bad or good.
Connor, are you telling me this whole entire podcast was a ploy for you to get people to buy Spectrum subscriptions?
Well, did you not hear me when we were talking about the cops showing up late in the final act? And I said, that's why you should get Spectrum Voice with free 911.
This whole fucking thing was a ploy to sell.
This is an amazing rope-a-dope that I've never even thought of in some way. It's so complex. It's so complex. We didn't even fucking look chess pieces down there. He knows. Fucking
5D chess.
Connor's been playing a long game on all of us, and I just came on like a fool. I was a pawn in all of this.
Yes, you were.
And be like,
yes, you were. Because I talked about you today. So I started talking about I need to fucking go. Let's wrap up this last 30 minutes of work because I have to go and do a podcast. And then they're like, "Oh, you do a podcast? What's the channel?" And then I got into oh yeah, I do a horror podcast. And my first guest was a producer on. Have you seen that movie 1BR? Oh yeah, that movie was fucking great. Oh yeah,
they're probably
I'm really good friends with the producer of that movie.
Well, I feel like I'm like Beetlejuice. If you call my name 3 times, I appear for some reason. So there we are.
Very true, because we said your name at least 3 times this stream.
Oh my gosh, I needed this tonight. This is funny. Good time.
I needed this.
Look, let me ask you, because it was something we were kicking back and forth when we initially thought we were going to end the episode, and then we found the second wind that we're now experiencing. Mm-hmm. And I didn't
into hour 5, are we? Or
yeah. I mean, no better way to return this than with a rogue Alok Mishra appearance. It's how it all began on the show. But we were talking about okay, so this movie is what it is. Blumhouse has said they're done making these. So somebody else is going to make these eventually. Obviously, we're not done with Halloween movies. You, as obviously a huge horror fan and as a producer and as a filmmaker, if you were you don't have to give me a hard answer to this, but just as a fan, what would you hope is the future of Halloween as a franchise? What would, in your ideal world of worlds, where would you see this go?
I really wish they had just continued with the kind of the spirit of the first one. Like the first one was sort of like, okay, we're taking it back to this sort of raw place. We're making him sort of more human in certain respects. I don't know. But then there's something else going. Like we never really go into like the whole thing about Michael Myers is like it's called the shape, right?
Yeah.
Like he's the face of evil, but there is no real face of evil. It's just this thing, right? Well, maybe you kind of start to define him more. Maybe there's a mythology behind him in some sort. Maybe there was like, I don't know. It could be a bunch of different things. If you want to take it from the beginning again, restart the whole thing, maybe there's some other, I guess, explanation for his like not dying. There's an explanation. Is it supernatural? Is it like some sort of weird biological? I don't know what the fuck, but like you could make it something different. And it for some of the purists, it might take them out of it a little bit. But maybe for a new generation, it might like engage them more. That it's not just this like mindless killing machine. He has sort of more of a purpose or reason. Like like for all the Halloween movies, you've always wanted to know. Like there's always like little breadcrumbs here and there. It's sort of like the Predator movies. Like you never like to really see the Predator's home world. I mean, you see it a little bit, but you don't ever get to see like their whole world and like why they do what they do. But I think something like that may be interesting to kind of like reinvent it. Or here's the thing. Better yet, we need new boogeymen. We really do. I mean, if you've seen like the slight success of Terrifier 2, which I'm bummed I haven't seen yet, frankly, but everyone says it's actually excellent for what it is. I mean, like if you've seen Terrifier 1 and you like Terrifier 1, you know what you're getting into for Terrifier 2, right? I like the idea of creating some new boogeymen. Like I think that, and they can be updated in different ways. Like we have like, for example, we're working on something, and I'll just call it Red Sky. That's so cool. That I know there's a Netflix thing that has sort of a similar name or something like that, but that's gonna be gone by the time our shit comes out. But we have a really interesting boogeyman, for example, that's updated. That's so cool. That's so interesting, and that could be like definitely a franchise and stuff. That I think we need to have new ideas. I think we need to like stop relying on these old things and sort of trying to create more interesting, more I guess relevant.
Which is a point I think when we talked about 2018, when we started the Halloween discussion, when Kills came out, we started this discussion about who's the next, slasher icon. Nobody's tried to do that.
Well, I think that there's a silliness to some of it. Right? Like if you look at like, it's hard to. They haven't wanted to do a Friday the 13th. What's the last Friday the 13th movie? They feel like it's sort
2009,
of
right?
Yeah, it's
been a long
tired. Time. It's tired. It's what it is. Even the reboot of the Freddy movie, which was just a fucking bullshit shit show.
Yeah.
I like the 2009 Friday the 13th.
I mean, it's not a terrible movie, but it just shows how dated it is. Like, we know this guy's gonna do this. We know this guy's gonna do this. Like, we need a new boogeyman. We need a new boogeyman who's maybe more unpredictable, who's more this, that, the other.
Create that new slasher icon, which is
what there has to be a threat. There has to be sort of almost a threat of violence humans can't predict. Possibly, like let's put it this way: the movie Nope, for example. Was not a fan. It falls apart in the fourth act, but there's such amazing ideas in that movie where you have like basically it's Jaws in the sky, right? Thing is just flying around the clouds. You don't know what's going to come and strike, and and that was an amazing idea. It was an amazing idea that literally falls apart in the fourth act because like when the creature comes out, and the creature design is I call it balloon vagina. Vagina balloon. That's what I call it. Vagina balloon, right? When vagina balloon comes out and it looks like something that's from this world and not otherworldly, you lose it. And then they wouldn't shut down the area where 100 people have been killed and the military just leaves and like there's just like they can come back to that area by themselves. Yeah, that's another thing. And then the fucking guy, it's the camera guy, decides to fucking just go up in the fucking vagina balloon. right? This bullshit, like this fucking bullshit. The way they could have corrected that is at the end of the movie when the credits rolling, the fucking camera drops out of the sky and just drops on the ground. And that would have been like, oh,
That'd have been cool.
That would have been the payoff right there. Why'd they fucking think of that? If I was testing that movie, I would have told them that right there. They go back and reshoot that shit real quick. That's a day's worth. That's not even a day's worth of reshoot. That is like 5 hours of reshooting to light that shit and put that thing. Come on, give me a break. That would have made me like score the movie 10 points higher if I was like scoring the movie. Let's say. Anyway, long short is that we need like these new, fresh, fucking boogeymen. We need to fucking figure this out. And I tell you, we have one. We have one that's going to be really cool.
Okay.
So
You would say stop Halloween, stop these remakes, stop the reboots, the legacy.
They're doing one for The Thing. The Thing and The Shining are like probably my probably two favorite horror movies like ever. And
I like Dr. Sleep a lot.
I like that. I read the book. I read the book on my second honeymoon, which I'm sadly getting divorced again. But I'm going to tell you, yeah, it sucks. But the thing of it though is I read that on my honeymoon. I was like, this is fine. This is actually quite good. And then I saw the movie, and they made different choices than the book. Were actually better than the book in some ways. Yeah. And I was like, this is fine. Mike Flanagan's a fucking genius. He's running a factory over there at the goddamn Netflix and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I had some interesting news, but I can't. I had some interesting news about him, but I can't say fucking shit about it because I promised.
Be careful.
No, I'm not. I've been drinking. I'm not gonna say shit.
I will say this. You talk about needing to find a new slasher, and I think indie horror is doing that. I know Taylor was recently on the set of a local Cleveland indie horror film where they're.
Which one?
I don't know if you would have heard. I mean, it's a pretty local production.
Was it Hauntology?
No,
it's something called Meat: the movie.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be like a really heavy like LGBTQ slasher, and I'm an extra in it. We shot a bunch of scenes at a gay club, and I think it's going to be awesome. The design of the killer is really
the killer's called the Stud.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be really cool.
Oh, hold on. Is it a?
It is a completely indie film.
Hold on. Is it a Brazilian dude directing it? Hold on.
No.
White dude.
Is it about a bathhouse killer or
nope.
no? Okay.
No, I don't have the full story on it because I just got like the sliver of it from what I showed up for. But it looks like a really cool original idea. And the what I love is the visual of the killer is they've released this publicly, but it's like
I'll pull a picture for him.
It's this dude like covered in leather and he's got studs and like spikes and his mask and it's really cool looking.
I read another
horror story in New York City.
Yeah, okay, Roger made a big deal about how American Horror Story New York City, his design looks similar to the Stud, and the Stud's been out.
Oh, really?
Oh, he made a huge deal about it on Facebook.
Well, maybe here's the thing. Maybe you shouldn't fucking release that to the fucking public then, genius. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. Like, maybe you should keep that to yourself. Like, if you want to keep something secret, if people aren't copying, then you would know people. You wouldn't think people are copying you. The other thing I was going to say was that there's another movie that's an LGBTQ horror anthology that's being filmed in Ohio right now too, called Hauntology, and there's a lot of really cool people involved with it. And Naomi Grossman from 1BR,
legend,
also starring in it as well, along with some other really cool people, like one of the girls from The Craft is in it, the new Craft and stuff, and like it's going to be cool. And look, they're taking advantage of that sweet Ohio tax credit.
Small Ohio tax credit.
Well, I mean, they're getting a good deal over there. Actually, I gotta say,
is creepy as hell.
Well, no, we're actually looking at Ohio for a certain project and stuff, and you could, if you guys wanted to, travel a little bit over to where we're going to be.
Of course,
please reach out because I will do anything.
Yep.
Well, this isn't the sequel for 1BR, but it's something else.
I figured.
Look, you showed me LA.
What the project is, like, you tell me where you are, I'm there.
We're going.
You've shown
Where-
me LA,
Sweet.
Alok. I'm gonna show you Ohio, baby.
Woo.
Where you
There's a
want to
lot-
We're
go?
gonna
there's
take
a-
you to
Oh, I love
Swenson's. We're gonna get you.
Oh
some
yeah, we got to take
potato
them to
Caesars.
Swenson's.
We're gonna.
Oh, I
get
mean,
you-
I actually weirdly, oh,
There you go,
okay,
yeah.
got it. Yeah, that is very similar to the other kind of guy a little
Damn,
bit.
really? I didn't know that part.
I mean, it's not. It's I mean, it's not.
It's
the whole
not
mass
exactly
or
the
whatever,
same.
but there's like a bunch of like that kind of studded stuff going
Yeah.
on, like here, whatever kind of thing. No. I was gonna say I grew up with Swenson's actually. I know Swenson's.
No shit.
I know the earthquake. I know you guys have it there. Or maybe I'm dating myself.
I think
Yeah,
they took away the
Might be off the menu.
Yeah, it's
Well,
off the menu now.
they had a thing called the earthquake, which was like 30 scoops of ice cream, or something like that. It's crazy. And usually people would get it for before COVID and stuff.
Wasn't
Like
the
when
earthquake like Oreo and ice cream?
no. I think it was, as I recall, it was like 30 scoops of ice cream in this huge goblet bowl, right?
Okay,
And
yeah, I'm looking at it.
people would get it for their birthdays, and they would sit there and everyone would just germ fest, like all the kids would like 20 kids around this earthquake trying to eat it like with spoons and not giving a shit about germs and like fucking giving each other AIDS or whatever it is. But like it's like I'm kidding. No. Long short though was that was the thing from Swenson's that I remember eating as a
Different
kid. That was
Swenson's,
just-
Alok. Different Swenson's.
but different
Really?
time, different place. Like
So the Swenson's Alok is talking about is spelled SWENSENS.
Oh, it's like an alternate
Yeah.
dimension.
So
maybe this
ours is
maybe
Swensons, like SON.
Oh, but maybe your Swenson's is a ripoff of Swenson.
No, 'cause-
our Swenson's is like like Sonic, like a drive-in where they do like the car hop shit, but there's no
Yeah.
rollerblades. It's just like
No, they
Run.
book
Yeah,
it
it just-
to your car and they're like, "What the fuck do you want?"
yeah, 15-year-olds just sprint to your car and take your order, but they have just like
Not
a
on the
burger
skates.
joint.
Not on
No
the
skates. They
Okay.
just fucking
skates.
hoof it to you like their
Yeah.
life depends on it, and it rocks.
Oh Jesus! All right. Well, fair enough.
No.
All right, we'll take you to
Well-
Swenson's. We're going to the Football Hall of Fame.
we gotta take them to Melt.
Mel,
All right. Look,
we're-
I am intrigued to
I
understand
got a new
your.
couch, so if you need a crash,
Your big Ohio day, baby.
Look, we'll figure it out if we're gonna come out there. I'm sure we'll get a decent hotel for the budget we're hoping to shoot that thing for and stuff. And
I do have
and there's definitely a place. Well, here's the thing.
I got a buddy on the film commission, Alok.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Well, the guy that I was talking to, well, look, I'll look into that for sure. It just depends where we're trying to sign this director right now, and if we get him, then we're gonna try to shoot next like November, December in there and stuff. So hopefully, if you guys got certain day jobs, certain places, you could be off for a holiday and come in
I
and
will
be an
hopefully
extra.
be a
Let's say.
journalist, so I can just hop on set and call it work.
Well, that's what that could be a thing too. Actually, is
all
all right.
right.
Well, listen. I think we've bored these poor people enough, and
We've actually gained viewers since you came.
Well, look. I was gonna say, let's jump off. I want to talk to you guys privately, real quick, if you don't mind.
Now Alok's saying wrap
Alok's
this
like-
shit up.
Alok's like,
Well,
wrap it up,
I feel bad. I feel like I've
No, you're
extended
good.
this more than it should have been.
Only
In some weird
only
way.
about like 40
I'm off
minutes.
the next 2 days. I don't give a
Uh,
shit.
I'm seeing this beautiful
Wow.
face tomorrow. This beautiful face above me. I get to see it tomorrow.
What are you guys gonna do?
Cavs, I'm
We're
open.
going to the Caps game.
Oh, okay. Got it.
All right, well,
I'll do these two quick plugs.
go
real
for
quick.
it, King.
Do the plugs.
So Monday, my review for Till. Yeah, that was an emotional experience, and yeah, I got to revisit that.
Good thumbnail picture.
Yeah, and then Wednesday at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Nick and I are reviewing Tales of the Jedi, the series of shorts from Star Wars. So yeah, those are the two quick plugs that we got for upcoming content this week.
Sweet. And then my plug. Always
go
watch,
for it.
Always watch 1BR. 1BR is not only on Netflix, but it's on Amazon,
Yes,
and they're paying us, I think, a whopping shitty money, whatever it is.
That's what
for
Amazon
review.
does.
But it's better because Netflix has already paid us all their money and Shudder's already paid us all their money. So if you just go watch it on Amazon, whatever shitty money is, it's just extra money for us. So we appreciate that. We appreciate that. I can't say what it is like contractually, but it's like the shittiest.
1BR, please fucking see it. It's amazing. Whenever I talk to someone, I'm like, "Have you seen 1BR?" Like whenever
anybody who does horror, I ask them that.
Whenever I bring up Really Scared, they're like, "Okay, like what do you talk about?" And I'm like, "Have you seen that movie 1BR?" And they're like, "Yeah, I loved it." And I'm like, "Yeah, the producer of that is a good friend of the show. Like he comes on all the time. Like we talk all the time. Like he's amazing."
Well, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. And I mean, God damn it. Like I wouldn't hang out with you guys regardless of this show, obviously. Yes. And like,
one of my fondest memories is waking up at 3 a.m. to a call. And I thought it was a fucking telemarketer. And it's a log saying John Connor. And I was like, fuck this shit. I hang up. And then he calls back instantly. And he was like, hey, it's Loke. Like, stay on the phone. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's 3 a.m.
They called me. They called me while they were driving like the coast or something. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, we were drunk. We called both of you at the same time, I think. And I think you had been to a game, like a fucking what is it? The Bengals. Who's your team over there?
Browns.
Browns. You'd been going to Brown. You've been drinking all day. You gone to Browns game, and so that's when we called Connor and fuck with him. And then right after we fucked with you, like because we were just driving. We were driving around LA and like going home after drinking and stuff. So.
And that's one of my fondest memories. Like, I gotta say, like, one of my greatest dreams in the world is meeting you face to face.
Well, if we go face to face, we're gonna go like face to drinking. That's what's gonna happen.
Yes, we are.
I mean, it's like
Connor hasn't been able to go to an LA bar yet. Connor, LA bars are different, bro. Just I'm warning you, bro.
It's a lot more expensive. Look, my favorite movie with Taylor was filming goddamn his Connor
has never seen it.
Oh, what's his name? His character's name? It's Rude. No.
That
was my name. That was my name.
That was your name. I know Taylor stole it.
I've seen it. Where he's in the hot tub and he comes by. And,
I come back. I'm his like manservant, like little orphan Annie at a manservant
one. The full uncut.
It's so racist. It's horrible.
But it was all a Luke's idea too.
It was my idea.
We gotta end the stream and talk off stream.
Yeah, let's go. We gotta go. Bye.
Thank you for tuning in to Really Scared. I hope we're. I gotta say, we've had a good turnout, and I hope we'll be back. You've got to demand it, though.
You've got to demand it. Demand it.
Good night.
Demand it.
Good night.
And watch 1BR. Watch 1BR.
And watch 1BR. It's on like pretty much everything at this point.
I mean, it's like
call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. But not for me.